will choose to fight for a world beyond. It is not too late. It's your home, so don't say that it's fate. We're never willing to give up till our future is built on our dreams.
You son of a bitch.
That's right. One last time. We're back. And yes, I actually, if you're watching this on YouTube and you just saw both full-length intros, that was by design. I decided because this is our actual final episode of Phantasy Star Universe. Welcome, everyone. I decided to show the full intro for both the first episode and episode 2 and 3, which was this part. Episode 2 and 3 shared the same intro, of course, the one we just watched, the second one. But yeah, I decided to include both because this is our actual final episode. The bonus episode, because I thought yesterday would be our last one. This one is for sure, though. Because I didn't know that the subplot thing... I didn't know about the existence of the subplot thing where you could actually have different branching paths. A lot of the choices you make in the story don't have consequence, but there are some that do. There's just a few that do, and so we've missed some good chunk of extra story, basically. So yeah, I went ahead and, as you can see, it didn't take long thanks to 16x speed. I went ahead and skimmed really fast to most of the playlist, stopping where there were just going to be spoilers, of course. Just looking at what didn't change in this playthrough on this playlist compared to the other playlists that we actually watched. So all the red bars here, videos where I was actually looking intently as it was scrolling by at 16x speed, and I saw, like, you know, that nothing was different in the story. And it was, this person made it easy because where there are differences in the story, they titled it pretty well. Like I said, they didn't always do it, like with Olsen surviving. There was nothing there on the title for that. But we saw that yesterday. But everything else was exactly the same up until this point. Chapter 4, Farewell to Mother. You could actually, we went with Kurtz on the other playlist, the one we actually, you know, our first watch through of all this. We went with Kurtz. Apparently there's a way to go with Lou as well. Like, you could have actually picked Lou, and it would have actually taken her instead of just defaulting to Kurtz no matter what. It turns out it was an illusion of choice for that one. So we'll watch this. We'll start off watching this, and then I found another difference in Photon Harvest right here. We'll go here next. There's a Huga and Maya segment. That might be the one we saw last time? Pretty sure we saw Ethan and Karen, though. I can't remember. And yeah, so there's two paths for this too. You can either go with Huga and Maya or Ethan and Karen. I don't remember much from the Photon Gathering, because this is after you see Ethan and Karen have their moment together in the forest. So it's not that. It's after all that. It's the second half. After defeating the yellow Rappy boss. So you can choose to go with, you know, either pair, basically, and there's different scenes. So we'll check that out. I'll find out once we start watching it, which one we already saw, because I'll recognize the dialogue and be like, oh, we saw this, yeah. And then once we're done with that, that's pretty much it, because we already saw the chapter 7 differences, where Lumia can stay with Dr. Tomrain or go back to HQ. We saw that yesterday. And we already saw this playlist first rendition of Chapter 8, which had a lot of extra stuff because of Olsen Weber being alive, including an extra boss fight that it is actually harder and way more epic than the actual final boss. And they even, this is the other reason I left the intro, because they played the music from the first episode's intro, which was awesome for that boss fight. Like that was actually pretty epic. I was like, this is a much nicer way to round that. Like that should have been the final boss, you know. But it's kind of like, I'm conflicted because it's kind of neat that they made it as something you could unlock, as an extra thing you can unlock, fighting Hauser at level 200 basically, with, you know, the main theme of the first episode playing and all that. It's like this inspirational moment and everything. It's kind of cool that they made that something you can unlock as for having like the diligence of replaying the story in different ways and finding like different routes and figuring out the correct path to get that, to unlock that, basically, to get Olsen to survive and whatever else you have to do to make that happen, right? Like I think that's really neat, but at the same time, how many people probably missed out on that because they didn't bother doing all that, right? And so then they just got the normal lackluster Chapter 8 ending, the lackluster boss fight against, you know, Hauser as Dark Faults at the actual ending, like right here. I mean, you guys know what I'm talking about. Like the first time we watched Chapter 8, I was not impressed. I was just kind of like, all right, well, you know. They got me good with thinking that Ethan and Karen had actually sacrificed themselves, like they'd actually died. It wasn't even a sacrifice, they didn't have to die, you know, they just couldn't make it out in time. And I thought they were actually going to die like that. Or if it was going to be maybe like some kind of sequel bait. I don't know what was going to happen. Like, they got me with that at least. But the rest of the chapter was just kind of like, oh, alright, you know. And like I said, it was disappointing seeing Hauser as Dark Faults just be the second form of, you know, Magashi again from the final boss fight of episode 1. It was just like a reused asset, shamelessly. This made Chapter 8 so much better. Having Olsen alive, and then having that extra boss fight, and Miss Saggy Veiny Titties come out and try to possess you as Hauser tries to get you to fuse with the seed. You know, you almost like transform into her, like your character and Ethan, until Olsen intervenes and tells you how to avoid it or whatever. But yeah, oh, and then speaking of, you know, the Saggy Veiny Milk Jugs, she does not appear in anything else before where we already saw her, outside of the Magashi plan. Like, I didn't see her in any of this right here, when I was doing that in 16x speed. So yeah, Helga only appears in very particular places, because she's just meant to be like, they just kind of put her in as a subtle tie-in to the sequel, Phantasy Star Portable, I guess. But yeah, that's pretty much it. So yeah, like I said, Chapter 8 was so much better like this. But there's a shit ton of subplots for Chapter 8 that we still gotta watch. So we're redoing Chapter 8 again. It's gonna be our third playthrough of Chapter 8 with all the other subplots that we missed out on, including, I'm guessing, you know, actually allowing the Volt brothers to be heroes or whatever. I'm guessing that's gonna be one of the things. However, one other major story difference that I'm expecting is having to rescue Lumia, which probably results in that extra boss fight all over again. Yeah, in fact, here it is on the thumbnails. You can see it. So we get to see that again. That's cool. Maybe with different characters too, from what I just saw. Anyway, but yeah, because there was a different ending we saw for Chapter 7 where Lumia got kidnapped. That didn't happen on our other playthrough with the other playlist. We saw that here. If Lumia stays with the doctor, with Dr. Tomrain, and then watches him die, she's traumatized. You go to console her, and then she says she needs some time alone, and she gets kidnapped. And that's a cliffhanger until Chapter 8. That didn't happen on our last playthrough because we didn't, you know, with that other playlist, that other player did not leave Lumia with Tomrain, so that didn't happen. She never got abducted. So yeah, we'll get to see that subplot here, these videos that I haven't watched yet. Because obviously I'm not going to spoil it for myself. I'm going to watch them on stream, you know? And yeah, there's the whole plan for this stream. It's probably going to be another 2 hours. Which is why last night when I noticed that was going to be a thing, I was like, I'm cutting this stream off. We're not finishing tonight, you know? And that's why we're doing it now. Yeah, that should be a solid 2 hours, and then we'll wrap it up. So yeah, first let's see the Lou version of this mission, and see how the dialogue is different. Like I said, last time I remember we did this with Kurtz. So, let's get into it. Yeah, so Laia tells you it's your call who you take, Kurtz or Lou. to destroy the mother system that's got all the casts going haywire. Feels like a lifetime ago, this little story arc from back here. Where the casts were out of control and we had to, you know... This is back when we were still trying to bring, like, stabilize the Graal system after everything the Illuminus did. At the end of episode 2. Anyway, let me adjust the volume because it's hella loud. Probably 50% for this one. It kind of fluctuates between each video. So I just kind of have to fuck with it. Alright, so we picked Lou, and Lai says... And that's that, Captain Kurtz. Sorry, buddy. Not this time. Sorry, no hard feelings? It's like I always semi-predict what they're about to say. I didn't know Lai was gonna say that. I didn't know she was actually gonna say that. Kurt says, it's unfortunate that I won't be able to restore the Alliance military. It does make more sense to bring him, I think. I'm glad the other player chose Kurtz for this. Well, let's see what Lou has to say with all this. With my own hands, he says. Yeah, it really does make more sense to bring Kurtz for this mission. He says, but I won't bring further trouble to the Guardians. Good man. He's respecting the choice. He says, Miss Martinez, Lisa, I accept your decision. Lai says, thank you. Well, Lisa, give us some data we can be proud of. You work hard out there, Lumia. Don't get in anyone's way. Lumia says, I won't let you down. Lou says, I shall change to battle mode. Laia says, this is going to be a tough mission. Don't any of you get hurt out there. You got that?
You son of a...
Oh, she took off her hat for this. Lumia says, this is Alliance Military Central Command? Looks exactly like the final Hive planet. Lumia says, it's so different than what I imagined it'd be. Because the seed took it over, Lumia. So far, this is the same dialogue. And now Lou's gonna say something that obviously Kurtz didn't say. Lou says, these are typical conditions for Hive infestation. Yeah, Kurtz basically said that in his own words. He says, do you note anything out of the ordinary? Ah. Lumia says, I imagined it would be less organic, more mechanized. So far, Lumia's dialogue is exactly the same as before. Lou says it was probably like that before it was infested. Would you like to see the data? Lumia says, no, that won't be necessary. It's like ChatGPT always ending every interaction with a question just to keep you talking to it. Do you want me to do this now? It's like, oh, chill out. That's it, I'm good. Lumia says, does Lou seem even more reserved to you than usual? Whispering to us. More reserved? I mean, she's actually being more chatty, I thought. Lumia says, is she like this to everyone? Talking shit, gossiping, and she probably just heard you because she has enhanced hearing, I bet. Lou says, have I hurt your feelings?
Surprise, motherfucker.
Lumia says, oh, you heard me? I'm sorry. Yeah, Lumia. I mean, you're not that far away, and you gotta think she probably has perfect hearing. Probably better hearing than any organic life form, being an android. Lou says, why are you apologizing? My unit will be mass-produced again. So I need to collect various viewpoints on my behavior. Ethan Weber once said I was reserved and inflexible. But I thought I'd improved in those areas. You have. Perhaps some data was lost when the system was shut down. I'll take note of your insight. Lumia says, that makes it sound like both me and my brother are bad-mouthing you. Lou says, this isn't a personnel evaluation. Like, I'm not the one judging you, is what Lou just said. No data collected will reflect negatively on the source. She's like, I'm using this to improve myself. It's like, again, it's like ChatGPT saying, do you like this personality? Yes or no? Lumia says, but all the information you record goes straight to Laya, right? Oh god. Might be true. Yeah, just like how, again, ChatGPT says your, conversations might be read by an actual person. For quote-unquote training purposes, so be careful what the fuck you say. Lou says that is correct. There you go. They predicted the future quite well here. Remember, this is the 2000s. This is way before ChatGPT was even conceived as an idea. Lou says, do you mean to say that you do not wish for her to view the information that I record? I will have to record that request too. Damn it, it's getting worse. Lumia, just shut up. Lumia says, not again. Now I'm scared to talk to you about anything. Lou says, you are quite concerned with how others perceive you, aren't you? That's pretty much all of us, Lou. That's human nature because we yearn for social acceptance. That's why. We get paranoid about how others think of us. Some of us more than others, of course, but to some degree, you always do care. To some degree. Lou says, that is unusual for a guardian.
Bruh.
Lumia says, really? Pause for a second, said, really? But don't most people worry about that sort of stuff? I literally just said yes, so I'd have to say yeah. You can say you don't, but you always do, to a certain extent. Like, I remember hearing a streamer say, he was talking about becoming a streamer, and he said, you can have he said, I don't care, like, you can have the thickest skin in the world, or think you do. I don't care how thick you think your skin is. He says, eventually, somebody in the chat will say something, or even in a YouTube comment, or just anywhere on social media, right? Somebody will say something that will stay with you, it'll linger, it'll stick with you, and you won't even know why. And it'll just have you, like, fucking, just seething about it, or just bothered in some way. You just won't be able to let it go, and you're gonna have to find some kind of outlet to relieve stress. And then he went off to explain about how he relieves stress he does it through working out. Because he does a little bit of powerlifting. Like, he's not super hardcore about it, but he does go for volume. And so when he's doing like reps of like a really heavy set, at that point he'll try to remember that comment or whatever that he saw that really pissed him off, and just take his anger out on just doing it, just like, yeah! He'll just be like and he says, you know, it could be different for everybody, though exercise in general is a great stress reliever in general. It you know, like, his advice is actually could almost work for anybody, really. Because regardless of like who you are, exercise is very good for that kind of thing in general, is what I'm saying. You don't have to be powerlifting, but you know, it helps with that a lot, and I've experienced that myself. But yeah, he said you just have to find an outlet to get rid of it or whatever. But yeah, nobody is like, his point was basically just to say that no one, unless you actually have some kind of like mental defect, like you're actually some kind of psychopath or sociopath or whatever other condition makes you like actually not give a shit. But if you're like the average human, you know, and you don't have those conditions clinically diagnosed and everything, you're gonna give a shit, especially if you're a narcissist. But yeah, it will, like, you're gonna give a shit to some degree. You know, you can train yourself to care less and less and less, but you can never make it zero, basically, because of our social nature as human beings. So, but I mean, if for the most part, again, not completely, but if for the most part you can tune out you know, other people's opinions about you, then I guess you could answer, I don't here. But after everything I just said, I'd have to say I do. Just to be completely honest about my nature as a human being. They actually said I do. I like that. They're honest. Whoever played this character is an honest person. I like that. She's like, bitch, do you see how I'm dressed? Like, of course I care what people think of me. That's why I didn't come out here looking like a piece of shit. I got, you know, this is called Fashion Star Universe. That's the actual name of this game we're playing, alright? So, of course I dressed up, because I give a shit. Lumi says, see? Like, doesn't everyone care? Lou says, I believe Lisa is worried about an overall rating. Yeah? While you are thinking about how you rate compared to others. That is a good distinction, yeah. That is, yeah, and that is very unhealthy. Comparing yourself to other people, that's a whole nother conversation. It's what makes competition toxic, no matter what. I have yet to see a single form of peer-to-peer competition, like competition between people, that doesn't devolve into some level of toxicity at some point. It has never happened. I've yet to see that. Like anything that's even slightly competitive you will eventually see, whether it's an online game or something else, you will eventually see comments going, fuck that guy, you know, like immediately, just fuck that guy. There's just, people just start, you know, shit talking each other. It'll always happen, without fail. It's socially offensive behavior. That's what competition is. I have yet to see an exception. So Lou says, you're worried about your comparative rating. Yeah, don't do that, Lumia. Don't look at the magazines. Especially as a young, impressionable 14-year-old girl. Don't be on Instagram, Lumia. Get off that shit. It's toxic. It'll give you eating disorders and shit. She says, so you're saying I'm too concerned with what others think? In her own way, yeah. Lumia says that is correct. Lumia says, I'll be more careful. Yeah, good advice. Lumia may sound a little harsh, but just because the way she talks, because she's so robotic, but you know, she's trying to help you. Yeah, there you go. Lou says, I'm not criticizing you. The most important thing is to believe in yourself, as every guardian should. There you go. Lou W. Common W. She says, please do not hesitate to be honest with me.
Son of a bitch.
Well, I have to, because now I know Laya's hearing this shit too, so... Like, it's not that I don't trust you, Lou, it's Laya. She's gonna... I mean, we saw what she did to Tonio. You know, no future episode. This is before that, but you know. Lumia says, I'll, think about it some more. Yeah, she's still worried about her privacy. Also, it's not easy to just change your personality like that on a clip. You'll have to, yeah, mull it over. Lumia says, if there's anything else, please do not hesitate to let me know. Trial start! Lou says, we may encounter casts infected by the seed. Head for the main computer room. We've seen this before. Lou says there is no way to save them, so just purify them. Yeah, Kurt said it pretty coldly too. And Lumia reacted the same way. But I mean, Lou is even more cold because she has no actual attachment to the AMF, unlike Kurt's. Lumia says, Lou. Well, that's cute. You can ride this spear like a fucking witch's broom. Okay, they edited out most of that. Alright, I'll speed this up, see if there's any dialogue. Let's go to 4x. The chat bubbles last long enough for me to pause it at 4x even, so. Okay. Wait, now we can actually hear what they say. Let's see.
Amazing! I should watch you more closely.
Yeah, I think I did hear Lumia say that before, but it was like super quiet on that other playlist. The way they recorded it compared to this was different. Lou stays quiet. And Or sorry, Lumia. Jesus, they both their names start with like the same syllable, so. Lou says, what is it? Lumia says, doesn't this bother you, Lou? She asks the same question to Kurtz. Lou says, what do you mean? Lumia pauses and says, well, you are a cast after all. Lumia says, Lou, see, fucking hell, because they both start with Lou. So, Lou says, of course I am a cast. Like, what's your point? Lumia says, but you look just like me. Very humanoid, yeah. Lou says, I am modeled after someone your age. They're about the same height, too. They made Lou a combat robot that's also an intelligence specialist. And plays a bunch of other roles for the Guardians headquarters, and for some reason the designer decided she should look like a 14-year-old girl, is what Lou just told us. Okay. That makes sense in anime logic, so nothing to see here. Lou says, do you have any requests for future designs? I'll send it up to advisement to the people that designed me. Lumia says, that's not what I mean. Lisa, we're just killing anything that moves. I said this last time. Lisa's like, yeah, I know. Lou says, our goal is the release of the soldiers. We are not here to exterminate them. We are avoiding as much unnecessary damage as we can. But it's not completely avoidable, yeah. There it is. But on the other hand, we must protect ourselves. Self-defense, Lumia, which is true, yeah. Killing is killing and murder is murder. But you can't just let yourself be killed because you're not willing to do it either. You have to, you know, your life is just as valuable. You have to defend yourself. So she pauses and says, did I make my meaning clear? Lumia stays quiet for a moment. It's fucking me up. The fact that they start with the same word, basically. Lou says, I'll rephrase so there's no chance of a misunderstanding. Rephrase, huh? Okay. I am programmed to be unable to attack indiscriminately. So she only attacks when she feels there's absolutely no other recourse. Yeah, the way it should be. Violence should always be a last resort. It says, I analyze enemy attack patterns, and after modeling their behavior, I only attack if I've determined it's inevitable. Yeah. Lumia says, you do that while moving so quickly? Yes, that's the concept of an android and super intelligence. Like, an AI that's advanced enough to move a robotic body like that, it's like, yeah, they can think really fucking fast. And in her case, she can actually have full control of her emotions, if she's programmed with any in the first place. Unlike us, she can actually have full control of them and not let them get in the way of her processes. You know. Well, yeah, she could do that. We could do it too if we could control our emotions that, you know, that well. We could actually go... Yeah, our brains are capable of just as much processing power, and we would be able to make calculations like that quickly as well. But, you know, our emotions, and not just our emotions, but we have other processes going on all the time in our brains that interferes, because we're not like, you know, a perfect creature, basically. We can model AI to not have those drawbacks, but then it's less human, obviously, because what we consider to be human is that flawed nature that we have, right? The fact that we do get emotional and all that stuff, and yada yada. So Lou says, sometimes I cannot make a judgment quickly enough, and I take damage. He's fast, but not fast enough at processing. He ain't perfect. It makes me wonder how it'll roll out in real life. Robots and AI. We'll find out in the next 10 years. Within less than 10 years, we're gonna be surrounded by robots. Unavoidably. Lou says, that was the reason I was damaged on Perun. We're gonna be surrounded by Lus, basically. Lifelike androids like her. Lumia says, that's actually quite human-like. Yeah, not being perfect. Yeah, it's true. But I was just saying, our flawed nature. That's how we tend to look at it. When we think about androids and AI, like the first thing we do to sort of differentiate ourselves is look at the fact that we're flawed. And we think that AI and robots eventually won't be. Right now, of course, they are also, in different ways though, but because they're in early development. But we imagine them probably becoming these like perfect super beings in comparison to us. Because of all the things I just said, you know, being able to 100% control emotions and yada yada. But who knows how it's really going to turn out, right? It's a much deeper conversation for another time, but it reminds me that I will be playing Detroit Become Human eventually. I think that game's the most relevant to this conversation. Lou says, cast behavioral patterns started with human imitations. Does this sound familiar? This is literally how ChatGPT and other AIs that exist right now are being developed as well. Yeah. They're mimicking and learning. They're mimicking behavioral patterns based on what they're learning of our thought patterns from talking to us. Yeah. The large language models of today. How does the line go? My CPU is a neural net processor, a learning computer. Arnold Schwarzenegger in Terminator 2 explaining how his how the CPU in his head works or whatever. It's just a chip too, like inserted right there. It's like it's a neural net processor, a learning computer. Lumia says, imitations. Were you copying my brother's fighting style before? That'd be a compliment if it was. You know, if Lou was doing that. Lou says, attack pattern imitation is the most basic way to advance fighting skills. That's true, even we do that. Like when we have someone teach us kung fu or some shit, yeah. He says, and is also the most effective. I mean, the way large language models learn today is not that different from how humans learn how to speak in infancy as well. It's really not. It's an imitation of that. Lou says, of course, I've also referenced Ethan's patterns as well. Which again, that's like a compliment to him. He's like, oh, so you think my brother's a badass? Lumia says, if my brother knew this, I'm sure he'd be proud. Yeah, exactly. Like, this AI is imitating me. It thinks I'm badass enough to learn something from me. Lou says, I don't model myself on any single individual. Well, no, that would be kind of dumb. Like, that would limit your abilities too much. But when I'm on a mission with Ethan, I always collect a lot of data. Lisa as well. Oh, look, we're getting complimented too. Hell yeah!
Son of a bitch.
Lumia says, well, you have good memories of him, don't you? Maybe. Lou says, I'm not certain that is the most accurate word, but it would not be entirely incorrect. Lumia says, very interesting. God, what kind of mischievous idea is she getting in her head? Is she gonna try to pry information out of Lou about her brother? Like, basically, sort of invade his privacy a little bit through Lou? Lou says, what is it? Lumia says, you're in love with my brother, aren't you? Holy shit, she drew that conclusion from that? If she turns out to be right, Lou's gonna react in a very weird way right now, which will confirm it. And if that ends up happening, Lumia is like an AI whisperer. I did not get that from that. I thought she was just complimenting like his combat abilities. On the other hand, that could be what actually happened, and Lumia is just reading way too much into this, and they're about to make fun of her for it. Let's see where this goes. This is good, though. This is good. quiet like she's stupefied. Like, what? She says, as a subject of study, he is quite interesting. That might as well have been a yes, but still. Is it? Is it a yes? Where's this going? Fuck, we're about to get a jarring... Yeah. It's... Okay, let me skip past this one. This is Kurtz. We saw this already. So far, this is a much better... I'll mute it so it's not like... This is a much better... A much funnier, more entertaining path than Kurtz. Kurtz makes sense because he's attached to the AMF, right? It makes sense to bring him. But I like that... Well, actually, I think that's why they did it this way. I like that if you bring Lou instead, you get a little bit of comedy. This is good shit. Fast forwarding through this. Obviously, this was a completely different conversation with Kurtz. So I don't know. Where are they gonna go with this, right? Like, are they gonna be like Lumia just jumped to conclusions way too fast and hard, or are they gonna be like she actually nailed it, and it's true, and Lou is actually in love with Ethan, as much as an AI can be? Because she obviously doesn't have like the same emotional capacity as other casts that we've seen, like Kurtz and all that. Like whatever an AI version of being in love is, basically. She just says, as a subject of study, he's quite interesting.
Bruh.
Yeah, I don't know why the playlist had the two, you know, had Lou Kurtz like that. Like, they should have, you know. There's organizational problems with this playlist, but it's fine, though. Not too bad. Lou says, but I don't have the capacity for love that you might imagine I do. Yeah, so basically what I just said. As in love as she can be, being a, you know, a crude AI, crude for this time period, and the fact that other casts behave way more human-like. Lou's very robotic, and not the norm from what we've seen of most casts. So, as much as an AI like her, I guess, can be in love with Ethan, sure. I guess so. Lumia says, perhaps the fact that you think you can't means you really do. Oh my god. So you're an AI expert now, Lumia. Alright.
Bruh, look at this dude.
Who's pondering it? She's just like, is she onto something that I'm not aware of, or... Yeah, she's pondering it. Lou's like, she stays quiet and says, is that possible? Now Lumia's giggling. She says, look, you're all flustered, aren't you? Oh my god, I think Lumia actually nailed it. Lou says, as I am a cast, it is not something that I can confirm. I mean, she doesn't know. Lisa, what do you think? Yeah, there we go. Lou says, what is your opinion, Lisa? I think you love Ethan. The other answer choice is, don't you love me? Oh my god, you can be hella needy. Oh, Jesus. Well, she did compliment our combat abilities too. So it's like... I think the funnier one was that one, though. Please tell me she picked that one. I want to see what Lou says if you say, I think you love Ethan. This is gonna be great. Oh, they went with the other one. They said, don't you love me? Lou says that... I don't know. Dude, Lumia has thrown Lou for a loop. Too many L's here. Too many syllable Lou's. Lumia has thrown Lou for a loop. That's a tongue twister. Almost. Lou says, but... I do have different emotions towards Ethan and Lisa. Oh? Maybe it's something that can be expressed with words like respect. Yeah. Friendship or affection. Aw. I might as well be saying yes. Or even if not, like, in love. You do care about us at least. That's something.
Son of a bitch.
Way to go, Lou. Now you're in touch with your feelings. Lumia is trying to make Lou become more human. Lumia says, well, now that I think of it, I think maybe you just mean that you're friends. Yeah. That honestly sounds more like that, yeah. Well, even Lumia eventually figured it out. So she was having fun imagining Lou being in love with him, though. Lou says, yes. Perhaps that is it.
Bruh.
I am sorry, but that is all I can say, Lisa. Oh, she's apologizing because we were like, don't you love me? Because we were being needy. Let us end this discussion now, please. Yeah, I know, we have other things to be doing. Like, people are dying. The fuck are we doing? Stopping to talk about this at a time like this. Lou says, Mother Brain is just up ahead. This is no time to tax my mental systems. I knew it! That's what I was saying. This Lumia threw her for a loop, man. She had Lou, like, actually backpedaling there for a second, going like, what the fuck is going on? So she actually got flustered. She's admitting it right here. Call her ass out, Lumia. Lumia says, you don't have to be in such a rush. Now she's teasing her.
You bastard!
You son of a...
Lou says, Lumia, do you not understand our current situation? See? She's getting upset. Lumia got to her. She actually got to her, man. Lumia says, I'm sorry. She's got a point, though. We should be focusing. Lumia says, I'm happy to know that casts have a human side, too. She's fucking loving this way too much. She's enjoying herself way too fucking much right now. Lumia says, I was thinking that maybe we could become friends.
Bruh.
Lou pauses for a second and says, I think we are friends already. No, perhaps comrades is a more correct term. Lumia pauses and says, thank you. Shall we go then? Damn. Lumia's a little mischievous, isn't she? I mean, I guess, yeah, that tracks. She's done stuff like this before, kinda. Lou says, yes. According to the scans, I expect powerful defenses ahead. That was Lou's polite way of saying, stop fucking with me, Lumia. Lou says, similar to resistance from seed forms. Oh yeah, now we fight seed from this point on. Please be careful. Lumia says, yes, ma'am. Look, now she's all comfortable around Lou.
You son of a...
Lou's still thinking. She's dwelling. She's like... silent. Drops her head and says, the many comrades I've lost. This time I will lose no one. Oh, this is a nice callback to when she saw that copy of herself die, kinda. Like she's actually mourning the people who've died fighting alongside her. People she's cared about before. Oh, this does a really good job of humanizing Lou even more than they already have up to this point. This is really cool. This game's worth playing multiple times.
Security systems activated.
Booba. We've seen this before, of course. Lou says, Lumia, Lisa. Yeah? Let us finish this for Captain Kurtz. For the old country. Holy shit. It's so laggy. Okay, let's see if there's any more dialogue, otherwise we've seen this before, so. Mother Brain. Some Metroid crossover. Lou stays quiet. He says, Mother Brain has been completely shut down. The casts are free, the ones that we didn't kill. She says, it appears the A photon waves have stopped as well. The Alliance military soldiers should now be free. the surviving ones. Lumia says, that's good. Lou says, I would also like to extend my gratitude for helping to provide important data. Oh, we're calling back to that conversation? Very well done, Lisa. Lumia. Lumia says, hee hee hee. Mischievous laughter. I'm not even a full guardian yet. It's a little embarrassing. Look, now she feels all full of herself. She says, look, Lou's imitating me now, too. Lou says, there's no need to be embarrassed. Your rating is already that of a normal, full-fledged guardian. That's a huge compliment for Lumia. You're already badass enough to be an actual guardian, not even in training. Lumia says, oh, stop. You won't get anything from me with flattery. And Lou's gonna be like, bitch, I'm just saying the truth. I'm not trying to flatter you. What the fuck is this? But of course, Lumia's made it a new hobby now to tease the fuck out of Lou. And I love it, honestly. This is good. Lou says, I mean nothing by it. My evaluation is based purely on objective data.
Dude, bullshit.
Lumia says, do you think so too, Lisa? Oh yeah, we're Lumia's instructor at this point, so... Yeah, you did very well. You can be an asshole and actually tell her she has a ways to go. Lumia says, really? Thank you!
You son of a...
That's even better than hearing it from my brother. Oh yeah, of course. As you know, we're more objective than he would be. Lou says, in comparison with Lisa or Ethan... Uh-oh, here it comes. Unfortunately, you aren't quite at their level yet. Damn! I mean, it's the truth, but like... Lumia says, hey, you don't have to bring up my brother. You brought him up!
Bullshit!
Lou says, I am merely comparing you to a blood relative. If you'd like, I also have data from Orson Weber. They can't decide on whether it's an L or an R, can they? Jesus. Like, you see Olsen in other lines of dialogue, and then other times you see Orson. Like, what the fuck? And Lumia is shocked, but stayed quiet. Still quiet, but she dropped her head. Lou says, my apologies. Perhaps this isn't something we should talk about. This is before we find Olsen. So he hasn't... You know, he hasn't died or not yet or anything like that. That's actually next chapter. That's chapter 5. Lumia pauses and says, no, I'm sorry. She just got like that because she obviously has never, you know... She's never met her dad, and at this point she's never met him, and obviously that was kind of a... Just bringing him up the way Lou did. Bringing him up at all made her obviously feel like, you know, sad. But she's never met him. Lumia says, I shouldn't have teased you. See, it can backfire, Lumia, in weird ways. She says, but if it's alright, can you show me my brother's data sometime? Lou says, indeed. For siblings, there are many points of comparison. Ethan had many varied fighting abilities. Especially when the parameters involved protecting someone else. His data was off the charts. Even if I were to base a battle program on Ethan's data, unfortunately, no matter how complex, I'd never be able to imitate that. Wait. Let me see that again. Oh, especially when protecting someone else, his data was off the charts. Yeah, I semi-zoned out on that, I get it, yeah. The emotions of wanting to protect someone he cares about, yeah, they obviously made him stronger in a way that Luke can't even really comprehend. That's what she's saying. Which is why she said she can't imitate that. That means she's not capable of doing limit breaks, is what she just told us. If this was a Final Fantasy game, she's like, yeah, I can't suddenly get super pissed off and manifest those emotions into a sudden surge of energy that allows me to like overwhelm my opponent with insane power. Lou says, but Lumia, you may inherently have that same ability. You can limit break, Lumia. Because you're human. Lumia says, protecting someone else. Yeah. Lou says, by the way, Lisa, this time your battle data... Yes? Was at the same level as Ethan Weber and Laia Martinez. Oh shit! So, lore-wise, we are now equally as strong as them. She says, the top class of all Guardians. Oh shit!
Son of a bitch.
Lumia says, wow! I feel like the luckiest trainee to be a member of this party. Yeah. Lumia is literally a sprout in FF14 being carried by two actual mentors. Not just somebody wearing the crown that doesn't actually know shit about the game. They just grinded it out or whatever. But two players that actually know what the fuck they're doing in a high level. Lou says, I am investigating ideal guardians. And recently, Lisa has been surpassing even Leo. Damn. Thanks. Lou says, it's difficult to compare your ratings with Ethan's given his... He trailed off. Unique personnel issues. Wait, what does she mean? Lisa, I expect you'll become a model for other Guardians to follow. Yeah, we're gonna be the commander by the end of this episode. Lumia says, I didn't know you were analyzing data for that too. Lou says, this isn't data analysis so much as an individual project. Wait, what? This is like a hobby of yours? Lumia says, good luck, Lisa. Huh.
You son of a...
Lou says, there's much work you must do as well, you know. Oh, get off your lazy ass and train, basically, Lumia. Because we just established you got a ways to go. Lumia says, I know. Okay. This is... Wait. Is this after we get back? Yeah. Okay, it's converged now. This is the same. For the most part. Kurtz reports to her about it, yeah. Military alliance soldiers are free. They resolve to come together, abandon the old ways, restore the alliance, and fight alongside the Guardians. There we go. Yeah, the rest of this we've already seen. I think I even timed it, right?
Son of a bitch.
The slap was almost in sync with them shaking hands like that. I think the first time through. I wasn't perfect, but yeah. Okay, now this is just the Kurtz version. Let's just fast forward through this. Let's see. What's gonna be our next one? Oh, let me mute this. Our next video... Ah yes, the photon harvest. So, like I said, no matter what, you always see Ethan and Karen have their little date in the forest after you pick mushrooms, right? But then, there's something else that can apparently happen. There's a choice you get to go either with Maya and Hugo, basically. Or Ethan and Karen. I don't remember this. Like, this didn't stick with me as much. Because I'm kind of like, wait, which one did we see? I don't even remember. But this was several... Not that many streams ago, but yeah, it was a few streams ago. So, yeah, let me see. Okay, what's the context of this? What are they doing? Let's go with Ethan and Karen or Hugo and Maya. Yeah, I don't remember. I don't... Maybe once I get more context, I'll find out what the hell this is. Okay, so we're going with Hyuga and Maya. Okay, I'm starting to remember this. Yeah, we went with Ethan and Karen, I think. Last time. Hyuga says, but wait, doesn't it make sense to have more people stay? By the Divine Maiden's side for her protection? Maya says, I'm worried about Hyuga. I mean, you're still just recovering. Right, Lisa? I don't remember what the hell just happened. Hyuga says, just recovering? I feel just fine. Getting cut off. Maya says, fine, right, until the sudden fits of pain. She's like,
Bullshit!
Hyuga says, sudden fits of... Oh, I see what Maya's doing. Yeah, I was like, what was that thing she just did with her eyes? She's saying like, yo, let's let him be alone, motherfucker. Basically. And Hyuga's like, ah. And Maya says, pain. Yes, it's just terrible. Hyuga says, awful, really. I tried to hide it, but you found me out. Now they're both in on it.
Bullshit!
Ethan and Karen are gonna be like, what the fuck are they playing at? Hyuga says, sometimes it just hits me and I lock up. The pain is paralyzing. And I need some sexual healing from Maya. I threw that in there, obviously. Maya says, but if Lisa were with us, we wouldn't have to worry, right? Yeah, no more third wheel for Karen and Ethan. Because we're going with them now. Hyuga says, not in the slightest. I'd feel safe as safe as can be. Okay, that's a typo. I'd feel as safe as can be. I fucked that up. Ethan pauses and says, right. Lisa, you wouldn't go changing your plans on account of us, right? He's on to us. Fuck! Lisa's like, no. Karen says, and Hyuga said he was feeling fine, Maya. Like, why is he suddenly not? The hell? What did you say to him? Maya says, I'm just being safe.
Come on, dude, bullshit.
Oh, this is so worth coming back to watch this stuff again. Seeing the alternate story paths, this is good. We would have missed out on so much if I hadn't found out about this at the last minute. Hyuga says, please don't send me out there to die. Oh, come on.
Bruh, look at this dude.
He's hamming it up way too much now. Look, there it is! Ethan says, I smell ham. He's literally saying they're hamming it up. Like, basically he's saying,
Bullshit!
Hyuga says, you doubt your teammates? Like, Ethan, I'm hurt. Ethan, you really changed. Okay, he almost said what I just said. In his own way.
Bruh.
Ethan says, alright, alright.
You suck!
You heard the man, Lisa. It's your show. Lisa's like, yeah. Hyuga says, you be sure to protect Karen, Ethan. Don't let anything happen to her. Armory's just watching all this shit go down. Ethan says, okay, Professor, we're heading out. Carmen says, all right, be careful and good luck. There we go, the two lovebirds. Maya says, phew. You almost fucked it up, Hyuga. This time they'd better make it count. Yeah, this time there's no third wheel like earlier in the forest in the same mission where I was there. Like, they're really on their own this time, so... Yeah, like Maya said, they better do something. Of course, we've already seen the ending to this entire episode, so it's kind of like whatever, but, you know. Maya says, thanks, Lisa. Yeah, I think when we picked Ethan and Karen last time, Maya says something like, ah, damn it. Like, you know, like she goes like, fuck, now I'm not going to be alone. She did say something like that. So yeah, I think that was definitely Ethan and Karen. It was the route from last time. Hyuga says, I was totally in the dark there for a while. Yeah, we could tell, dude. I was too, though. You're not alone. But that's, I have the excuse of, I didn't remember the full context of what the fuck was even happening in this chapter. until like a few minutes ago when it you know, hit me. Hugo says, getting those two alone together under the guise of a mission. There they go. You two are good. Sure. Maya says, we try. Now let's head outside. She's so proud of herself. See, we need shit like this in FF14, like I was saying before. We need choices that actually matter. Even if it's only a small little change in the story. They were able to do it in a 2000s MMO. Why the fuck can't they? A 2010s MMO that's still alive in 2020 and getting updated. Why can't you do it there? The 2020s, I guess I should say. Let me raise the fuck. I can't read shit. Quality. Here we go. Maya says they spotted maybe 150 seed forms in this area. Maybe even more. This is the destroy 150? Okay. Hugo says, of course my first mission back is one like this. Oh, don't worry, you'll be leaving the Guardian soon enough again anyway, just to become president of GRM. Alright, well, let's speed this up. Oh, never mind. They did us a favor. Ethan says, okay, Professor, we're heading out. Wait, why are we seeing this again? What the fuck? A weird edit? Okay. We saw this dialogue already. The hell? Why are we seeing this again? I'm gonna speed it up because so far nothing's different. I think they just fucked up. Yeah, I think they just fucked up the editing a little bit, yeah. Alright. Just a little fuck up, I guess. Alright. Maya says, just don't push yourself too hard, Hugo. And Hugo says, I'm alright. I've got a good ways left in me.
Bruh, look at this dude.
Maya says, take these out and we're all done. Dude, I really liked a lot of the attack animations. This game was pretty good, man. I'm glad there's still a private server. Dude, I'm clicking the video. Why is it not pausing? I want to see what he says.
You just might be my ideal partner.
Oh yeah, we've heard that before, yeah. Maya says, looks like we made it. Nice work, guys. 150 seed forms at this point is not even a problem anymore. Remember how they freaked out about that at the end of episode 1, but right here it's just like a walk in the park now? Hugo says, you make work like this easy, Lisa. Well, thanks.
You son of a bitch.
Yeah, the rest of this goes. Maya says, I feel bad for Lumia, but thanks to you, things worked out today. Though maybe I should take care of myself before worrying about others. That's usually, yeah. Like, put your own mask on first, before you help someone else. If you pass out, you're not gonna help anybody. But yeah, that is... It might sound selfish on the surface, but it's actually pretty logical. You can't help anyone if you can't even help yourself, you know? Maya says, wait, I didn't mean anything funny by that. Oh, she's insinuating that because she said that and then looked at Hugo or something, like, that we might have got the idea that she was trying to, like, say she's got a thing for Hugo now. But she's too busy trying to hook up Karen and Ethan or something. Is that it? Yeah, that's totally what just happened. She's like, it's not like I'm asking you to do anything. It's not like I'm asking you to do anything about it, Lisa. Like, now she's saying, don't fucking try to, like, say anything to Hugo or try to hook us up now. Just because you saw me, like, look at him like that. Hugo says, is something wrong? Well, this now explains why she suddenly became Hugo's assistant at his new position as the president of GRM later in the story. I always knew Maya and Hugo would hook up together. It was kind of very, very low-key implied that they would probably go down that road in episode 1, but it never really went anywhere until now. Maya says, nothing! Seriously, I was just thinking out loud there. She's like, I know I said I should probably help myself first before helping out someone else while talking about relationships and then looking at Hugo like that, but I swear I'm not into him, alright? Just... Ah, hello everyone. You have our thanks for purifying the area. Who's this? Rutsu. Okay, I think at this point... No, because normally we're with Karen and Ethan here. Yeah, no, this was the conversation where Rutsu goes like, oh my god, Karen... Well, he calls her the Divine Maiden, but he's like, you're okay, like, I was so worried, and then he even asks if... He asks Ethan if it's okay if Karen does something, and Ethan's taken aback by it. I remember this now. It's starting to come back to me. Hugo says, Chief Light Master Rutsu. Rutsu says, Master Hugo. Are you feeling well again, sir? Hugo says, better than ever. I'm honored to hear your concern, sir. Rutsu says, the Divine Maiden's worries are my worries, sir. He's a completely changed man ever since we kicked his ass. We never fought him directly, but, you know, when we killed his dragon and everything else, all that stuff happened earlier. He says, I'm quite relieved to see you doing so well. Maya says, did you see Karen? Richard says, I heard she was working on installing the photon generators. I plan to go see her next. I was somewhat relieved to hear Master Weber was escorting her, but... News that she'd been on the mushroom hunt came as quite a surprise. And here I was left waiting with bad news. Hugo says, what's the matter? Rutsu says, I've been trying my utmost to prepare the LSS photon generators. But the Communion's some assets still only cover the cost of 14 of them. Lucky number at least, but yeah, it's not enough. I hear the other planets are experiencing similar difficulties. Maya says, I see. It sounds like things are tougher than we thought. But meanwhile, we're over here playing matchmaker for Ethan and Karen. Rutsu says, I'm afraid so. But the fact remains that all we can do is make the most of our abilities. The Holy Light is a mirror that reflects the power of our wills. We have to hold on to hope and not give up. Gotcha. It holds within it limitless potential. All we can do is hope that it will guide us. Hugo says, Rutsu says, well, I must be off. Maya says, alright, be careful. Hugo says, each of us making the most of our abilities, huh? Maya says, I think you should follow your gut. Hugo says, what? What? Maya says, I'll do everything I can to help you.
Surprise, motherfucker.
She's making her move. She's trying to be subtle about it, but she's making her move. We're all behind you. Hugo says, Maya, Okay, I think he picked up on it. Fuck. Fuck! Yeah, I forgot this happened. Interrupts the moment. Maya says, what was that? Dude runs off over there. Who paid the bill? Donovan says, Maya, we've got a whole pack of Stateria. They're headed your way. Be careful. Maya says, understood. Let's go, Lisa. Hugo? Yes, ma'am. Okay, now, of course, we've seen the Ethan and Karen. So, we saw that last time. Oh yeah, see, there it is. Yeah, Maya expresses her disappointment. See, there, yeah, I remember this now. She was like, three's a crowd, Caters. Was we were watching Caters back then. Maya's like, oh, three's a crowd, Lisa. Like, you fucked this up. Karen's like, what the fuck? Nothing. Nothing at all. I remember this moment now, yeah. Maya's like, man. I kind of want to see the rest of the... Yeah, I need a reminder of what they said after that. What do they say after they leave? You and Hugo, be careful too. Worry about yourself. Alright, Professor, we're heading off too. Hugo just says, Oh, I think he was just pondering what we just saw. Like, and, you know, if you pick the other route. Or he was just wondering, like, where he was, like, doubting himself a little bit. He was doing that right there instead. Since we don't see him later. Because we picked Ethan and Karen in this route. So, yeah, it makes sense. He was... Yeah, okay. I gotta say, both routes are... I think I might like the Maya and Hugo route better, just because it gives them extra character development that they don't really get a lot of. Maya and Hugo were always kind of... I mean, there's just too many characters. Like, it's really... I think they all get equal screen time. But within that, because there's so many of them, some of them it just doesn't feel like they get enough, you know? Hugo and Maya, I think, definitely got pushed to the wayside quite a bit. So I was glad to see them get a little bit of extra character development from what we just saw. Yeah, okay, we saw all this shit. Okay, so is that it for this? Or is there another segment with Hugo and Maya? Looks like there might be another segment with Hugo and Maya coming up. Yeah. But we get an extra scene if we pick Hugo and Maya. It might just be this. So this right here. Fighting, yeah, actually it might just be this. For some reason they didn't include it. I think that video went too long, that's why. But they put... So the segment we're watching right now, right after that, all that fighting that just went by at 16x speed, we're about to see the Maya and Hugo version of it, basically. That's why it's only 5 minutes. What did she say? The text bubble moved. I should have just paused it. Nanoblasting. Maya says, we can't do anything until we've cleared these out. The end of that laugh is so... It's a little weird. The way she ends that laugh, the voice actress. For the transformation. Hugo says, let's go, Lisa. Well, she's prepping. She's
He's pulling his cock out!
Well, she's doing her own version of that. I'll speed it up just so it looks better because the lag. Yeah, they were definitely playing on PC, but they would explain why the audio's better balanced, I think, compared to like off of seeing it all off of a capture card. Like this is probably definitely PC, and it would explain the unstable frame rate when there's too many assets on the screen, you know, where we see it slow down and all that. Okay. So the fight's over, and Hyuga says, "So much for making the most of my abilities." Oh, he's still self-doubting. I'm half dying here, just taking care of what's right in front of me. Also, this one's quieter. I'm gonna raise it up a little. Maya says, "Hee hee." So, feeling back in the groove yet? Did you just hear what he said? Hyuga says, "Still a little bit rusty." Which is a no. Maybe I'd be better off as a desk jockey these days. Little does he know that's what he's about to become. Maya says, "Hyuga." Armin says, "Is everyone alright?" Yeah, Hyuga's ego took a hit though. Hyuga says, "We've purified the pack of Stateria. And the outside is now completely clear." Armin says, "Excellent. We're through with the confinement system inspection." I'm still not convinced it'll have enough power, but the LSS generator should be able to activate it. Maya says, "Nice work, Professor." Tarmain says, "I just heard from Leogini, heading up the generator installation on Motub. He asked if he could borrow Lisa." I remember this. Maya says, "Leo did?" They also never... The thing between Laia and Leo never went anywhere either. That actually didn't go anywhere. I don't think... All we have left after this is Chapter 8 again. I don't think, I don't think anything's gonna happen there, because Laia literally stayed behind with Knave, who's tried to grab her ass again. Yeah, so... Tarmain says, "It sounded like Miss Martinez had already okayed it. Weber and Karen also said they didn't object, but how about you?" Again, it's too many characters. They just didn't have enough time and enough budget with how many characters they added to this thing. Do you mind, Lisa? Hyuga says, "Looks like you don't have much choice." Tarmain says, "After delivering that message, I feel somewhat bad saying this. But seeing you reminds me of Mr. Weber from the last unification point, Lisa. That's because I'm the new main character, not Ethan anymore. Thanks for making that observation, Tom Rain." That was basically his, like, lore-friendly version of saying that. Maya says, "It's tough being the linchpin of the team, but hang in there." That's almost the same exact line that Ethan said, I think. It was Ethan or Karen. I think it might have been Karen, actually. And Ethan was the one who tells the main character, in this case Lisa, that he remembers being in her position where he had to do all the work. Yeah, he said, "You're doing most of the work," and I remember having to do that too. Again, like a subtle, almost fourth wall break way of saying that you're the new main character, not me. So you have to do all the hard work. You're the new player character. Hyuga says, "We can handle new days." Yeah. You go on and take care of things on Motub. Lisa's like, "Alright. Bye." 0-3. Alright, that wasn't much of anything. Yeah, that was pretty much it. Alright, what's next? So now we can go to PSU episode 3, chapter 8. There we go. We're on the home stretch. Again, for the third time. Now we're gonna see all the other subplots that can happen in chapter 8. Some of these videos are kind of short. They're less than a minute, some of them, so this should hopefully go a little bit quicker than last time. But this time, when we finish chapter 8 for the third time, we'll actually be done. Like, we'll actually be finally done with PSU completely. This is it. It's over. And then... Oh, shit. What are we gonna play tomorrow? I actually need to check the schedule on, before we get into this. I need to check the schedule for... I don't think it's 1.5 times EXP week yet again on PSO. Pretty sure it's not. I think that's next week, but let me check. Affinia Wiki. Okay, either one of these. That should work. Homepage. Oh shit, no, not that homepage. Like, I mean the wiki homepage. Oh fuck, it is. Yeah, it's red drop rate right now. So yeah, the next boost is experience. It starts tomorrow. Oh, never mind. You know what? Then I'm glad that this went on for an extra episode and I didn't start the next game I was gonna start right now because that would have been awkward. Starting the next game that I had planned today, and then having to go immediately back to old PSO tomorrow for the entire week because, you know, I have to take advantage of the EXP boost for the road to 200. That would have felt weird and awkward. So actually, I think this was a blessing in disguise that we ended up having to do an extra stream today for PSU. Because now we can wait until the following week after we play some old school PSO again for the EXP boost week. We can wait till the next week to start the new game. And then it'll be nice and clean. It'll be smooth sailing from there, yeah. Alright, cool. Yeah, I mostly keep track of it in my head. The monthly cycle. You know, the EXP boost monthly cycle, okay? I'm not talking about anything else. Yeah, I mostly kind of had it in my head and I was like, it should be this next week or the week after. You know, like, and I nailed it. Yeah, it's definitely this next week and it starts tomorrow. So tomorrow at my usual start time for my streams, which is, well, 100 hours, universal time code. That happens to be when I start my streams, and that's a coincidence too. I didn't schedule it around this. That's when the EXP boost starts. When daylight savings is removed, or whatever, when we change the hour again, then it won't be synced like that anymore. But yeah. So right when I start my stream tomorrow, which I usually don't have one scheduled, but I do, and I do make an exception for this. The boost will kick in, and we'll get going. More dragon kills on PSO. All right. Now that I know that for sure, let's get back to the current show. ESU. So we got subplot 3 and 4 apparently, part 1. Hold on, we have to read this because this might actually be the subplot where Lumia got kidnapped at the end of last chapter, chapter 7. Let's see. This is the same as before. Yeah. Nothing changed here. While performing final inspections. Yeah, Tom Rain died. Okay, yeah. We're starting off with that. Now we're finally getting to see the timeline where Lumia gets kidnapped because she was with Tom Rain when he died at the end of chapter 7, the previous chapter. Let's see how differently the intro to this entire chapter is. You know, I actually, that one time that I did that, I clipped it and I put it on TikTok and it actually got kind of a few views. Like more than I thought it would. And I was like, you know what? I bet that's probably because it was kind of a bit of a callback to TikTok's origins. Most people might not remember this anymore, but when TikTok started, it literally started off as lip-syncing music. Like people posting videos of themselves lip-syncing to music. That's why a musical note is still the logo of TikTok. But now it's just, you know, it's just like another YouTube, but it's all shorts. You know, but that's how it started. Like you literally just put the song you were listening to in the title of your little clip. You had it playing and then you were like singing along to it. You know, that's why they have the duet feature. Like I'm sure there's still plenty of people who do it, but it's you know, it's expanded out to so much more now. YouTube in short form now. Yeah, I think that's probably why it got more views than I thought it would. Me doing a lip sync basically. Because that's how the platform started. That was its purpose when it first began. That was the appeal. Episode 3, Chapter 8, A Brighter Day. For the third time.
Hi! Garage Channel 5
Hi.
Headline News. I'm your newscaster, Hal. Today's big story is right here.
Kawaii. I'm just saying random weep shit. I
The
don't know.
emergency funds provided by GRM have boosted the LSS photon generators deployed at the
tropes.
confinement systems by nearly 30%. A system to automatically link them during the unification point has also been put into place. In order to activate the fourth confinement system that has been reported to exist on the planet-sized hive Rycross, numerous guardians, as well as the Divine Maiden from the Communion of Goral, have been put on the job. The entire Alliance military fleet will be escorting the Maiden in a large-scale operation that has rarely been seen in recent years. This is Goral Channel 5 Headline News, signing off. I'm your reporting newscaster, Hal. Bye-bye!
Bye! Have a great time! That's the last time we're gonna see her. I love that they did this. That this player actually, like, dressed their character for the occasion in the story. Like, because you're now the commander of the Guardians Mobile Defense Force, they actually went out of their way to dress their character appropriately for it. They look just like... It's the same outfit as Laia, it's just a different color scheme, basically. I think it's fucking sick. It actually looks really cool on their character, it's nice. Okay, so this is already different because, yeah, Lumia got kidnapped, so I have to be reading this. Let's see. Not everything's going to be different, obviously, but when they talk about Lumia, it will be. Laia says, sorry to keep dragging you back here, Lisa. Is there any new information about Lumia? Nah. Nave says, it must be tough for you too. But I'm sure that Lumia is fine. They must have had a reason for abducting her instead of killing her right off the bat. But we already know because we saw the, you know, the version of the Chapter 8 story we saw yesterday kind of already spoiled that for us. You know, Hauser wants to turn her into a vessel for dark faults or whatever. Nave says, until that reason comes to fruition, she should be safe. Laia says, I'm sure I don't need to tell you this, but this stays between you, the headmaster, and me and Lou. I don't want to give anyone anything else to worry about. We got Laia. This close to the unification point. That was mid-sentence. Especially not Ethan. Oh shit, we're not telling Ethan. If he found out, he'd probably abandon the mission to go find her. That's true. Also, Olsen would too if he wasn't still unconscious, but we're gonna pretend that he is, and that he's also not relevant to the story because he could also be dead right now. Which he's not in this timeline, but still. You know. Since they want the story to still play out the same way, they have to leave these minor details like that. They have to kind of pretend he's not around, basically, that he doesn't exist. Nave says, and I don't want you to go looking for her either. I don't want you to go looking for her either. As commander of the Mobile Defense Force, you've got your own set of duties. Laia says, I hate to keep doing this to you, but the mission's been changed again. Okay, it literally just converts back to the generic dialogue we saw last time. They're done talking about Lumia. Yeah, alright, we can speed this up. I'll keep it at 4 just to see if they say anything more about Lumia at some point, but clearly this has gone back to the regular dialogue. Oh, you can now that you get a third answer choice that says you're worried about Lumia, like you can't even focus on the mission. Laia says, as commander, you'll be in charge of it, Lisa. What they're talking about with the, you know, the mission. So you can either say, understood, leave it to me. Same answer, different ways to say it. Or now you can also say, I'm worried about Lumia. Throw a tantrum, basically. I'm worried about Lumia, damn it. See? Fucking pissed. Fuck! Laia says, get it together, Lisa. What do you think you can do about it, really? This situation calls for a cool head. I know, I just have to, you know, express my concern so you know that I care about her. Laya says, otherwise we won't be able to save anyone, right? Nave says, and it's just as well. My many years of experience tell me that perhaps Lumia is on Rycross. Obviously. He's played enough video games, he knows. Laya says, huh? Do you really think so, Headmaster? Could it be Illuminus remnants? Kidnapping Lumia to try and force... Lost champ. Us to back down before the unification point? If only that was what they were trying to do, but no. Nave says, I don't know. It could be something even worse for all we know. He's got good instincts, yeah. They're gonna try to make her fuse with an evil god monster that wants to destroy the entire universe. Nave says, but it'll be up to you to use your own judgment, Lisa. You understand that the fate of Garal rests on this, don't you? Laya says, Headmaster Nave. Why'd you exclaim his name like that? Yuga says, I see that everyone's there. We were just talking about you, actually. We weren't. We were talking about Lumia, but whatever. Okay, this is the same dialogue as before. I'm obviously gonna, you know, to save time, I'm gonna skip the dialogue we've already seen. The Mina thing. But why though? This was just kind of a small thing, just so that Mina could be involved in the final mission somehow. Which I think was nice. It was nice to, you know, give her a little nod. You know, she's been there for the whole journey since episode 1. Wait, what the fuck? Was there a conversation with her like this before? Or is this new? Maybe this is new and only happens if Lumia gets kidnapped? Maybe it also only happens if you pick that third option where you say you're worried about Lumia. Maybe Mina catches on or something. Let's see what happens. She says, This feels like an extra scene. I don't think we saw this. Lisa, what's the matter? Yeah, this is about Lumia. And I was just saying how I like that even though nothing much came out of Mina being involved in this, it was a nice nod to her being a part of the story, at least a little bit. Well, I guess if Lumia gets kidnapped, she actually gets a bigger role. Even if it's just this one extra scene. This is kind of nice. Mina says, is something troubling you? The truth is... Say it! Tell her, confide in Mina. Even though we just told Laya. Laya was like, let's keep this between us. And the first thing we do is we tell someone else. That's always how that shit goes down, dude. The secrets never stay secret. The truth is... Mina, I love you. No. What? Mina says the truth is...
What the fuck?
We gotta spill our guts. Oh, she's just gonna assume, isn't she? Oh my god, she actually thought I was gonna say that. Mina says, is it that you're in love with me? Oh, dude, what the fuck is this? I said it yesterday. I keep like semi-predicting what the fuck is about to happen, even though I've never seen this shit before. What the hell?
Surprise, motherfucker.
What? Holy shit.
Look at her, she's getting all flustered. She's like, you can't be. I mean, we're both girls and... Oh, dude, now I really want to see what happens if you're playing as a guy character. Fuck. I don't think anyone has this scene with a male character. Shit. Like, 90% of the playthroughs we found, they're all female characters. Because, you know... Why wouldn't it be? Girls are the eye candy. Like, 90% of MMO players are dudes in with female characters for obvious reasons. They want eye candy on their screen, right? Like, I have female alt characters on FF14, I get it. But yeah, so unfortunately, I don't know if we could ever find a version of this scene with a male character now. Shit. I wonder what she would say. Damn it, dude. This blows. Mina says, I mean, we're both girls, and I really did just say that as a joke too. Like, the truth is, I'm in love with you, and then she actually like assumed that's what we were gonna say. God damn, it was, dude. I'm learning the tropes. Maybe that's what's going on. It's just becoming too predictable. Maybe, I don't know. I swear I never watched this before. Okay.
Bullshit.
Mina says, no, I mean, certainly I think one should be free to love whomever they want. She's like, look, I'm not anti-LGBTQ because I just said that. I'm just trying to say that my heart belongs to Ethan. Let's see if I predicted that as well. But that one's more obvious. Mina says, I don't mean to object to that. But it's just that I'm not... He doesn't feel the same way, yeah, obviously. But then again... Oh shit, she's considering it! Lisa, you are really... no, I mean... She's considering it! She's like, well, I guess I have a backup option now. I mean, if Ethan doesn't want to be with me, I can... Lisa's not too bad. That's where she's going with this. The shock look on her face. Look at Lisa.
What?
And Mina says, what? It's not that? This game is amazing, dude. Holy shit. I really wish these missions had been... Somebody had found a way to download and preserve these missions before the servers shut down way back then. But again, the internet was just too new. There just wasn't enough of a fan base and the technology and people who knew how to do something like that. Fuck. What a terrible loss. That's what sucks about MMOs going offline, is that the stuff like this just could get lost forever. And that sucks, you know? Mina says, I'm sorry. Big, yeah, like, I gotta give a big shout out to everybody who, even back then, dedicated themselves to trying to preserve this stuff as best they could before the server shut down. I have a feeling like there's always some hardcore, small group of hardcore fans that like would do that for any MMO that they love when the servers get shut down for it, you know? It'll happen to FF14 one day too. Yeah, I feel like it would. I think eventually Square Enix will make a sequel MMO. I don't think they're just gonna keep trying to... Because MMO, or FF14 just runs on such an outdated engine. Eventually other MMOs will just surpass it based on that. Like, they have to eventually remake it, or make a sequel, basically, or something like that. Like, I'm really shocked, and I don't want to get too far off this, but yeah, I'm really shocked they didn't just do that. They should have just done that instead of continuing it for another... Not even 10 years now. Yoshi P's been saying 30 to 40 years. Like he... Like, really? The same exact game? Like, you don't think maybe remaking it? Maybe they're waiting for AI to get good enough and then do it that way to make it cost effective. And right now they're just kind of giving it a small graphics up. Well, not small. It's a huge undertaking, but that's exactly my point. They don't want to remake the game until it becomes cheaper to do so. So they're probably waiting for AI to get better, because they've already hinted at using AI plenty of times. And I heard the president is all about it too. The semi-newish president of Square Enix. But anyway, let's get back to this. Lena says, this is my first mission outside of headquarters, you see. I think maybe I got a little carried away. A little, but I almost did make that joke. Like, I literally said I'm in love with you as a joke, and then you somehow read my thoughts and thought I was actually going to say that. Mina says, we should hurry to Motube. Thinking back, I think it probably is kind of predictable to say that, just because of the fact that, you know, the actual player of the game sees Mina at the start of every mission ever since episode 1, right? And it wouldn't be too far-fetched to think some of the players might have gotten a little parasocial with the cute desk clerk, Mina, after spending so much time with her. 2 years at this point. Assuming you're playing since the game launched. Well, actually, that would be 3 years. Sorry, Ambition of the Illuminus was a year after, so... Excuse me. Lou says, Commander Lisa, please wait. This is a surprise. Mina says, Lou? If you're still here at headquarters, then you must be the host, Lou. Mm-hmm. Should be. What's going on? Lou says, correct. My apologies, but I must speak with Commander Lisa. Can you give us a moment, please? Where's this going? Mina says, oh, of course. For the host Lou to appear in person, it must be something classified. Probably true, yeah. I'll go ahead to the spaceport. Meet me there? Lou says, I appreciate your understanding, Mina. After a very slow, ominous nod. Mina says, I'll see you later, Lisa. I like that she considered it, though. She runs off. She was just like, no, I mean... Well, actually, like... She was kind of like, well, maybe it wouldn't be that bad of an idea, would it? Let's be Scissor Sisters. I had to say it. It's a joke I heard my ex say one time. I had to quote her on that. That was good. She made me laugh when she said it, so... Lou said, Lisa, allow me cut to the chase. May I ask your permission to go to Rykros to search for Lumia? The fuck? I mean, I'm going too. This is the very first time we actually get a line of dialogue that we didn't have to pick. Our character just got an actual line of dialogue and they said, Probably surprised that like... Well, no, it makes sense that she knows about it, but... Lou says, as head of security, it is my fault that Helga was able to... infiltrate the Guardian's colony and abduct Lumia. So I have a duty to rescue her. Yeah, I think the shock and surprise was more like that she's volunteering for this. And now she's explaining why. Yeah, and that makes sense. What about security now? Do you think you can? What I ask? What about security now? Yeah. I don't doubt she can rescue Lumia, so I'm not gonna ask that. Lou says, presently, security is on autopilot. In addition, all colonists have been transported to the planets. Out of safety or something? Oh no, for the confinement thing, yeah. Where they can gather near the confinement systems to add their spiritual energy to the effort. The G colony is nearly deserted. As such, there is little point in me managing security here. Okay, that makes sense. If the unification point fails, Goral will have no future. Which makes security pointless again. She says, in other words, there is little point in my remaining here. Yeah, good deduction. I have asked Laia Martinez and Headmaster Nave, but they objected. However, as you are the ranking commander on site... Oh yeah, our new position of authority. That's what she had asked us. They said it is your decision to make. Wait, who the hell did she talk to? I went back too far. Okay. Laia and Nave objected. But then so she comes to us to circumvent their objection. Wow. Lou's playing the system over here. Oh no, they told her. Yeah, okay, they told her. It's not like she's going behind her back. Lou says, I understand that this is a reckless and illogical request. As such, I am unsure if my analysis of the situation is correct. That means you have feelings for Lumia. You care about her. This actually ties back to that conversation. She really cares about her friends. Lou doesn't want to lose her friends. Her friends. She wants to save them. Lou says, and so I will accept your decision either way. Is this another branching path? Would explain why there's so many videos still ahead of us. So what's it gonna be? Allow it or not? I would allow it, obviously. I know Lou's capable, and we'd probably be fighting alongside her anyway, so the worst that could happen. Yeah, see, the way they froze it, they did this before. It's so that you have time to pick your... Let's see. Another scene technically wasn't in subplot 3, but it seemed a good place to use for the split. The big change doesn't really happen until part 9. There's one scene after this that's different. Then it's the same again for both subplots until part 9. Best to use the playlist. Okay, Vortex Lisa. That's true, but... Also, this is what she means. That's why there's these next two videos are less than a minute, because that's what she's saying here. Yeah. Oh, what I was gonna say is that's true, but you also didn't... Your playlist isn't perfect. From what we've seen up here, there's some stuff that's out of order. But for the most part, it's good. Yeah, like most of the playlist is actually solid. Alright, so let's just let it play and see what happens, I guess. Good thing I read the description, though. Puts things in context. This decision won't really affect anything until part 9, apparently. So we're gonna have to keep this in the back of our mind. Good to know. But yeah, they freeze the frame like this and let the video keep playing to give you a chance to pick. Remember, this had annotations. So she probably had links on annotations to go to the, like, to choose your own story path as you're watching this. But YouTube got rid of annotations a long time ago, so that's why we don't get to see that anymore. So this is gonna be not allowing it? Yeah. So that's why I said subplot 3 and 4. Subplot 3 is not allowing it. Subplot 4 will be when we allow it, which will be the other path. So this is what happens if you don't allow it. Lou says, understood. You can tell she's as disappointed as the Vol brothers, but you know, since she's more robotic, she's not as expressive. She says, I will return to my normal duties then. Aw, poor Lou. Lou says, please do not let it worry you. She knew. She knew that I was kind of like sad that I said that, basically. You have made the correct decision as a commander. I have a feeling like that's her way of saying don't doubt yourself, basically. By my calculations, there is a 96% chance you have made the correct decision, in fact. I mean, you kind of hinted at that already when you said even you knew it was reckless for you to go. But, you know, I would have still let her go if it had been my first time, like, playing, because let's be heroic. Let's go kick some ass together, you know? Fuck it. It's still... 4% is still non-zero. You said it yourself earlier, Lou. Fuck it. This is the rational choice, but it's not the heroic choice, basically. That's what's going on here. And Lou says, excuse me. There she goes. And now, so subplot 4 will be allowing it, yeah. Okay, so now we know. But when we see one of the future videos down the list, if it says subplot 3 or 4, it's going to be referencing this again. If it's any other subplot, it's something else, basically. It's not related. Technically, apparently, there's only one other scene before part 9 that relates to the subplot. So, we'll see. Yeah, we'll allow it. And Lou says, understood. I will rendezvous with an outgoing Alliance military vessel then. Then, that was a pause champ, I shall proceed to Rycross. Good to have you. Don't die out there, Lou. Lou says, and one last thing. Yes. Thank you. You're welcome, Lou. Get out there and kick some ass. We're gonna need all the help we can get to save Lumia and the rest of the world, the rest of the fucking world. Okay, now we're back to subplot 3 and 4, Landil Dock. So, a scene that is probably related to what we just saw. Subplot 3 and 4 remain the same until part 10. If you've seen this part watching the other subplot, you may wish to skip ahead. Also, a few things might seem similar to the original version, however, there are still some changes. Okay. Try to pay attention. Ethan says, hey Lisa! What? Is that you, Mina? Okay, most of this is probably gonna be the same, so I'm not gonna read all of it. Yeah, she said that before. Yep, looking for Lena. Lena's standing right next to her. Okay, most of this is the same so far. Once I see something that stands out as different, then I'll pause the video. Lean back in the meantime. Fat Joe style. Lean back. The TV camera thing. Alright, I'm gonna speed it up a little. Most of this is pretty much the same. It's too bad the game ends before we get to see the aftermath. We didn't get to see them actually. See, this one sucks. They set it up, but then they didn't have the budget to follow through on this, you know? Like, he promises to give them the Landil so they can go back home, like, heroically to Hiru's mom or whatever. But then because the game just abruptly ends with, you know, Ethan and Karen making it back to the Landil when it's still in space, and it just rolls the credits after that, we'll never get to know. If he actually went, you know, through with that. We don't get a proper, like, resolution aftermath, basically, for the characters. So Lou's probably with Kurtz right now. The AMF is about to head over to Rycross. Oh, there it is. There's the difference. Spotted it. Oh shit, right. I'm using the plugin up there. Mina's didn't say this before. She says, thank you, Lisa. She said that, but then there's this. It says, the entire trip here, it looked like something was bothering you. She doesn't know about the... Oh, I get it. So no matter whether you said yes or no to Lou, Mina probably says this because you're doubting yourself. Your character's like, did I make the right choice? No matter which one you made, basically. That's what they meant, and that's why it's labeled subplot 3 and 4, because this is the same dialogue for either one. But this dialogue doesn't happen if Lou didn't even ask you that. Which obviously wouldn't happen if Lumia wasn't kidnapped. That's butterfly effect. Chain of events. Mina says, but knowing you, I'm sure you'll be able to overcome whatever it is. Wondering if I made the right choice with Lou, basically. Good luck on Rycross. Thanks. That was it then. That was the subtle difference. Yeah, alright. Okay, and even that's still going. Even Hugo just noticed it. He said, what's the matter, Lisa? You don't seem like yourself today. The Lou thing is really bothering us. Ethan says, oh, you're probably thinking about Lumia, aren't you? Well, now you mentioned that, yeah, that too. Both. Actually, it could be referring to that as well. Because Mina also doesn't know about Lumia being kidnapped, so... yeah. Could have nothing to do with Lou. It's the fact that we're keeping this a secret. We got another line of dialogue that wasn't an answer choice. Lisa says she's confused because she thinks Ethan knows, but I think the way Ethan asked about you're thinking about Lumia, it's not that I don't think it's that he knows that she's been kidnapped. I'm pretty sure he thinks that the context of the way he's saying it is you're worried about how she's still like getting over what happened to Tom Rain, you know, witnessing Tom Rain's death and all that. Because Ethan came to Laia and us to talk about that earlier. I do remember that. But Lisa thinks he's on to the whole kidnapping thing. Ethan says, Laia told me. You decided to leave her behind, right? If you don't think she's ready yet, then it can't be helped. And at this point, Lisa's gonna be like, ooh. When she realizes, you know. Ethan says, plus, to be honest, it's kind of a relief. He's gonna be pissed when he finds out that she's actually, you know, he's gonna find out. He's gonna be mad. Ethan says, there's really no telling what's gonna happen on this mission. Now I can stay focused without having to worry about her. Until you realize she's there. Wolf, I have no idea when you came in. I was glancing over at chat too, but I think your name, I think it blended in with the fucking stream elements and Ko-Fi Streambot because it's like an off-color blue. But I assume you mean just take both of them to bed. I'm assuming you meant actually I don't know. I don't know when you wrote that. I'm sorry. I didn't see the message. I've been so focused on the damn story. So I have no idea who we were talking about, but I'll go back and look at the VOD to see when you posted that. Alright, so Ethan says, there's really no telling what's gonna happen. Now I can stay focused without having to worry about her, right? Yeah, see, Lisa's like, oh, shit, okay, good. He didn't actually realize, you know, about the kidnapping. Whew, you know. Whew. And then, alright, everyone, let's move out! Ethan says what he said before, you know. Subplot 3 and 4, part 5. Ethan says, hey, Lisa! Take it easy! Last time it was Lumia running in here, fucking reckless as shit. Ethan says, don't get ahead of yourself just because this is your first mission as commander. That's not the reason. Oh, he's figuring it out. Ethan says, or is there some other reason you're in such a hurry? He's gonna be pissed, man. When he realizes that we haven't told him his sister was kidnapped and she's probably here. He's gonna be fucking pissed. I'm just curious. The biggest bullshit you can give him.
Bullshit!
Yeah, I would do the 3 dots to just kind of be like, I'm so sorry, Ethan. Ethan's like, alright, she's giving me the silent treatment, fuck. In any case, this is the unexplored planet. Okay, now the dialogue's probably going to converge. Yeah, because Hugo said the same thing. It feels like we've been here before. This environment, so familiar. Okay, let me read the description real quick. No description on this one. Alright, let's speed it up until we see something new and different. Because they're about to go into the entire lore and backstory of Dark Faults now. And it takes up most of this video. Here it comes. Transmitters. Wait, this seems different. Yeah. I guess most of that dialogue felt exactly the same, but this, I just saw some lines I didn't recognize. Right after this. It makes sense some parts of this would be different because Lumia was here for the conversation last time. This time she wasn't. Okay, we'll begin now. Let's see what the hell Hugo was saying. Ethan says, now that you mention it, what are these transmitters exactly? Hugo says, just something Maya and I threw together. Ethan says, since when have you had the ability to do something like that? Fuck. Hugo says, of course, all the research was performed by Maya. But development on such a short time frame incurs a huge cost. If I hadn't diverted GRM capital accordingly, the project never would have gotten off the ground. Ethan says, the power of money is incredible. I mean, it's the next most powerful thing after Dark Faults in this game's universe, I would say. So yes, can't underestimate that, Ethan. Hugo says the photon generators we've been using had to be placed within the immediate vicinity of the confinement system. This proved rather difficult in places like the relic sites. The transmitters eliminate that problem. True. Ethan stays quiet. He says, I bet Dr. Tomraid would be happy if he were alive to hear that. Hugo says, well, it wasn't just for Goral, but for my own sake that I did this. Ethan says, you've been through a lot, I guess. Hugo says, so much as to have been turned into a seed form. The only way to eliminate the pain I feel is to completely eradicate all traces of the seed. Yeah. Needed to go through some rough shit. I won't allow for any failure. So he spared no expense. Like the dude from Jurassic Park. Karen says, and Maya too. The loss of Professor Taragi must have driven her to create this. Taragi. Yeah. Ethan says, these transmitters mean a great deal to many people. Tyler says, well, we'd better start soon. Commander Lisa, for this mission, I will be serving under you. Okay, I think this is the same as last time now. Please give us your orders. And then we give him, and then he tells everyone what they are. Subplot 1, 3, and 4. There are so many subplots going on at once. Chapter 8 gets a little crazy. If you were ever wondering why is there no subplot 1, well, going with the Vol brothers is subplot 1. Oh, I see. They expected you to say yes to them by default. Yet we've only seen 2 scenarios where we say no. This is the first time we're actually going to see what happens when you say yes to them. Okay, so Tyler's going to repeat all the orders we basically gave off screen. And then, which is mostly, yeah, it's going to be the same dialogue as last time, so I'll skip it. And then when the Vol brothers step up, that's, you know, we'll see the difference when we say yes to them. Total of 3 areas, A to C, that need transmitters. Lisa, Ethan, and Karen. They go that way. Squad 2, Hugo, and him. Then they move to Squad C. Vol brothers stay here, protect the land deal. Yeah. That's everything. And then the Vol brothers are gonna be like, hold on, we want to prove ourselves. They're gonna make their case, and then we get to see what happens when we say yes. A little quieter. They'll switch out with Squad 1, who's gonna be waiting here. Here we go. Lisa, what'll it be? I'll go with the Vol brothers to Area A. Hey, now the heroic music plays. They get a chance to prove themselves as heroes this time. Let's go. Eva says, thank you so much, Lisa. Nell says, we won't let you down. Better fucking not, or I'll kill you myself. Nell says, you'll see. They got their wish. Ethan says, it's up to Lisa. Yeah. That's right. Sulk about it, Ethan. I'm the commander, not you. What I say goes. And I'm saying yes to them. They get to be heroes now. So deal with it, Ethan. Karen says, while Lisa and the Vols are in Area A, Ethan and I will stay here. Yeah? Tyler says, sorry for all the trouble, Commander Lisa. I'm used to it at this point from these guys. Tyler says, alright, you 3. Don't you dare let Commander Lisa down. Peter says, Roger. This is gonna be good. Peter says, we should really get going now. I would have said yes to them the first playthrough, too. I finally get to see what happens. Trial start, coordinate transmitters, and secure pathways. Bill says, so we have to activate these transmitters in order? Yeah. Peter says, each block has a set number we can activate. Is that it? They'll probably say more stuff, so I won't speed it up too much, but... Nell says, that was simple. Dell says, we can't get careless. Oh, at least he's staying focused. Ida says, yeah. Bloop. Ida says, that was a snap for the Full Brothers. Lisa's as good as they said. Dell says, we should learn from Lisa.
Dylan!
We're getting complimented. Good. Plot 1, 3, and 4, part 7. Dovel says, just a bit more. Nell says, it looks like we won't be letting anyone down. Don't speak too soon, guys. It's not over yet.
You're amazing!
Finish coordinating transmitters. We did it! Hello.
You're amazing!
Thanks, Double. Dell says that this is the last one. Noble says, brother, we did it! Hida says, yeah, things are starting to go our way. Oh, you did it. You didn't let me down. You proved yourselves. Congratulations. Nell says, we did it. It's over, brother. Dovel says, we won. Ida says, yeah, you guys were amazing. Novel says, brother. They're all getting emotional now. They're like, we're heroes, man. Ida says, thanks, Lisa. I won't forget what you did. Because we gave him a chance. He says, hey, you guys, calm down and show your gratitude. Noel says, of course. Thank you, Lisa. You guys have come a long way since episode 1. This all happened because you gave us a chance.
Son of a bitch.
Double says, I'll never forget what you did for us, Lisa. Alright, this is much more satisfying than saying no to them. I like it, it's wholesome. Ida says, there's just no words for how we feel. Now we're one step closer to our dream. Noah says, soon the land deal will be ours. Ida says, about that. There's something I want to talk to you about. Oh, okay, so we do get some kind of resolution on this. Can we have a word? Nell says, what is it? Bill says, to say whatever you want. Ida says, well... Yes. once we've got the land deal, I think I want to start a transport company on the side. No says transport company. He wants to go legit. He doesn't want to be a rogue anymore. I saw that coming, of course. Del says, why? Peter says, just think about it. Once the seed thread is gone and the world gets rebuilt, transportation is going to be some pretty important work. True. And with us on the land deal, the best ship in the system, we're going to be filthy stinking rich! Ever the businessman. Nell says, that's my brother, always thinking ahead. Peter says, and that's not all. I want to take the money we earn and open up a casino. Of course you do. Let's get the gamba going. Take people's money like suckers. Nell says, a casino? Peter says, it'll be called Casino Voloyal. Voloyal? The fuck? A pantheon of pleasure in a new peaceful world. We got casino music.
Son of a...
Del says, Voloyal, huh? I wanna go. Peter says, go. We're gonna be running the joint. Idiot.
Bruh.
No says nothing. Peter says, what's the matter? You don't like the idea? No says, it's not that. I'm just so touched. You've had such big dreams for us. I'll follow you anywhere. Just lend me a hand. Just let me lend a hand. Sorry, I read that wrong. Del says, but me too. I want to help too. Peter says, of course it wouldn't be a success without you two. They're a tight-knit family. The Vol brothers will always stick together. Del says, brother. Del says, brother. What a touching moment. Yeah, exactly. It's just like, this is a...
Bruh.
I meant to hit that one. Anything else? Or are you about done? It's the same thing either way. I think I would say... I would just say, are you about done? Like, guys, we got shit to do. Yeah. Peter says, sorry, Lisa. Yeah, you guys got carried away there. You wait and see. I want you to be our first customer on opening day. Oh, I'm actually kind of touched by that. Alright. Here's Karen and Ethan. Ethan says, are you guys done already? Peter says, hey, Ethan! Of course we are. Ethan says, well, wasn't that quick? But it looks like Squad 2 beat you to the finish. Damn. Fuck! No says, what? They did? Karen says, everyone is already back at the land deal. We're slow as fuck. And we're on our way to the control room. As planned. Ethan says, perfect timing. Come with us, Lisa. Alright, Bold Brothers. You got your heroic moment. Go back to the land deal now. Nell says, brother, we better hurry. We don't want to keep them waiting. Peter says, yeah, we'd better hurry back. See you later, Lisa. And thanks for all your help. Hi, Joey Wheeler. Ethan says, be careful. Nell says, you too. Belle says, good luck. Chapter lives up to its name, A Brighter Day. Subplot 3 and 4, we're back to this again. Part 9. This is where it becomes relevant again. The whole allowing Lou to be here or not. Let me check the description real quick. Nothing, okay. Lisa says... It's Hauser. Hauser says, I've been waiting for you, Lisa. You're alive or you must be an imposter. This is similar to when Olsen shows up to save your ass. But, you know, a little before that, when you first see Hauser, but I think you're with Ethan. Yeah, and this time we're not with Ethan. You're alive?
You bastard!
Hauser says, a foolish question, Lisa. I was never dead. Okay, this is the same dialogue, it's just Ethan's not here. He says, I do not die. As long as the seed exists, I will be reborn. Now this is new, since Ethan's not here, and Lumia got kidnapped. Where is Lumia or return Lumia? I would just yell out return Lumia. Be like,
You son of a bitch!
Hauser says, don't get ahead of yourself. He is unharmed. For now. Who's calling? What's up? Husky. What? Lumia says, Lisa, hurry, get out of there. Please forget about me. What? Oh, here's Helga. Good, this thing's, yeah, I was like, this thing better be at good quality, because some of the text was a little blurry for a second. That's just how it is. Helga says, silence, insolent child. Lumia says, ah! She's being held against her will by mommy veiny milkers. Veiny saggy milkers. I haven't decided on a nickname from when Helga changes forms. Hauser says, please forget about me. Doesn't it just tug at your heartstrings? He wants us to get emotional too. He's not just trying to tease for the hell of it. We remember why he does this. The more like angry we get at him and all that, the more he can make us try to fuse with dark bolts or whatever. Hauser says, hey, don't move. If you take another step, her life is forfeit. There we go. He's like, yeah, nice and easy. No one has to get hurt. Oh, he's doing it.
He's pulling his gun out! Surprise, motherfucker!
Hauser says, Mwahaha! There is only one thing I require of you. Oh yeah? What's that? Death! Oh shit! He's actually...
He's pulling his gun out!
And we died, just like that. We didn't make it. Lumia says, no. She saw it all happen. The screen even went red, which we saw with Caters' playthrough. That's actually what happens when you die and get a game over too. We wouldn't have known that if we hadn't seen that accidental death at the beginning of that other playlist. So, it's implied that we actually died. And it plays that same music too, when you die. So, that was like an actual legitimate death scene. but it was in cutscene form. We literally couldn't do anything about it. He just fried us with his lasers and we couldn't move. And Lumia saw the whole thing happen. He says, Lisa! Lisa! Helga says, aww, that was disappointingly easy. Aren't you happy about it? See, look, she goes from having a flat chest to just big-ass veiny droopers when she transforms. It's kind of funny. She says, all dead and gone, and it's all because of you. Helga's a real fucking cunt, isn't she? Lumia says, because of me? No, it can't be. I don't believe it. I can't believe it. Oh, here comes Hauser to rub it in. Hauser says, but you must.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Lisa is dead. By my hand. With a cheap one-shot kill. She couldn't defend herself. Fucking prick. Lumia says, why? Because we don't need her. We need the hate to flow through you, Lumia. That's basically where this is going. Lumia says, why? I can't take it! This is what they want. Dr. Tom Rain, and now Lisa! Why is it always me? Survivor's Guild kicking in. Helga says, that's very good. Hauser says, let your anger show. There it is. Let the hate flow through you. He's gonna start shooting fucking electricity out of his fingers. Well, he kind of, that's kind of how he killed us, isn't it? He shot lasers out of his hands. He says, revile your misery. Feel sorry for yourself, get angry. Helga says, show your hatred. Decry your helplessness. Hauser says, and yearn. Wish for things to be different. Yearn for absolute power. Lumia says, I won't. I won't. I won't. Here we go again with this. I won't. I won't. No. No. Fuck! I was fucking pissed. Hauser says, Helga, now! Helga says, ha! Here it comes.
He's pulling his cock out!
I need a feminine version of that. No, she's pulling her tits out, her veiny tits. Mama veiny milkers. So yeah, that's what she... There was no dialogue from Helga, but that's basically what she did to Lisa and Ethan. Especially what she did to us and Ethan last time, but there was a little bit less context to it. This is clearly the more, like, canon-friendly version. Shit. We don't get to find out if it worked. Is Lumia possessed? Is she one and the same as Mommy Veiny Milkers now? Droopy Veiny Milkers, whatever. A Brighter Day subplot 3 part 10. So I'm guessing this is Lou, who just came to save us from the brink of death. Assuming we said yes to her showing up. Who knows? Someone, could even be Ethan this time, says, hey, can hear me? Lisa! Okay, it's Ethan and Karen. Ethan says, hey, are you alright? Lisa! Do I look alright? I just got fried by this dude with lasers coming out of his hands. I'm fucked up! Yeah, I guess we're fine now. Karen says, good. Ethan says, we made it by the skin of our teeth. If it weren't for Karen's technique, you'd be a goner. Oh, thanks, Karen. You saved my life, literally. Karen says, Laya filled us in and we followed you. Ethan says, is Lumia safe? No. had it come clean at this point. Ethan says, dang it! How could this have happened? Fuck! Karen says, wait, these are Lumia's photons. Ethan says, what's going on, Karen? Karen says, I sense an ominous power. This is not good. This way, hurry! Ethan says, well, wait a sec, Karen! Man, if we have to fight Lumia now? In like seed form in some way? I wonder if that's gonna happen. You notice this time Olsen doesn't show up. Olsen only shows up if Lumia doesn't get kidnapped. This is very interesting. Maybe he'll still show up though, it's too early to tell. Ethan says, Hauser!
You bastard!
Hauser says, oh, so you're still alive, Lisa? Well, it looks like you're too late.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Ethan says, Hauser, where is Lumia? Return her right now!
You son of a...
Hauser says, if you're referring to your sister, then she is right here. Fuck. Lumia got turned into veiny milk jugs. Ethan says, what? You mean... What? Helga is a catalyst to bind seed with people. Karen says, catalyst? You mean she is Lumia?
Fuck! Holy shit!
Hauser says, that's right. Helga has taken her over. She is to be the vessel for dark faults. Ethan says, what? No!
You bastard!
We need a body strong enough to restore dark faults. Lumia was chosen to be the vessel. But a vessel needs to have negative spiritual energy. Those things, I swear those things are getting bigger every time we get a close-up of her. What the fuck? That made Lumia an especially easy target. The death of Dr. Tomrain, our ruse with Lisa. He fell quite easily. Basically, they just inflicted
Emotional damage!
on Lumia until she was susceptible to this. Karen says, that was unforgivable, Hauser. Hauser says, all that remains is for me to merge with Dark Faults and all will be over. Divine Maiden, if you die here, the unification point will fail. Oh, here we go. Ethan says, and you expect us to let that happen? Well, they're fusing. Hauser says, "Mwahaha! It's already too late to stop it. I have already won. Now die!"
He's pulling his cock out!
So he's just fused with Lumia and Helga. But you notice this time we don't get to hear the entire backstory. Yeah. And there's no fight with him with the epic music playing and all that. He just immediately goes to this form. Yeah, I think the path with Olsen is a little bit more epic then. You actually get to fight Hauser in full power before turning into this, of course. Olsen's involved, which is kind of, you know, they had a rivalry, so that kind of fits too. Yeah, I think that's a better path. That makes this a little bit more epic. Also, you get Hauser's full backstory. This time we didn't. Ethan says, Lisa, Karen, here he comes! Karen says, but Lumia will be... Yeah, we're gonna end up killing her. Ethan says, there's no time until the unification point. We have to concentrate on defeating him. Damn. That's pretty stoic, Ethan. Considering you know your sister might die from this. But he sees the bigger picture. He's just like, we don't have a choice, we gotta do this. The callback to De Relay. Nice. I'll speed this up a little. Get his ass, Karen. Karen says, did we do it? Ethan says, Lumia. Is she dead? Karen says, Ethan. Let's look for Lumia, or she was a fine guardian. Damn. I mean, I wouldn't want to give him false hope, but I think I would just go with saying let's look for her. You know? Just to not give up. Just to not give up on her that easily, you know? Ethan says, don't be stupid, Lisa. The unification point is nearly here. There would be no point in looking for her. Besides, Lumia is already... She was a guardian. I'm sure she knew this could happen and was prepared. So please, Lisa, do your duty as a commander. Karen says, Lisa, no one is more upset than Ethan. I know how you feel, but please, Ethan is right. See, this hits extra hard for the player as well, because it's like, he got kidnapped on our watch. Ethan says, alright, let's hurry to the control room. Man, Ethan is really swallowing his emotions right now just to keep it together enough for the mission. He knows what's at stake. Okay, this dialogue seems the same as last time. It could be that Lumia is actually dead in this path, this story path, because she's not involved at all in the rest of what happens here. She doesn't have a line of dialogue until we're back on the land deal thinking that Ethan and Karen is, you know, are dead. After this part here. It could be she's actually dead in this path, and then she doesn't say anything there, obviously. But Ethan and Karen still live, you know? That's pretty dark, if she just goes out like that. Yeah, let me speed this up. Oh, okay, yeah. I was like, please tell me Lia's at least gonna acknowledge this. Yeah, the dialogue's the same up to this point. Lia says, great, you made it in time, but now she talks about Lumia. Lia says, Ethan, about Lumia. Ethan says, please, not now. Hard enough. Lia says, okay, got it. Lia says, you're safe. You really had me worried. Nobody else knows about the Lumia thing. Karen says, sis! This is gonna be the same as before. Okay. Mina simping for Ethan. As usual. Karen Karen says she wants to be herself, just like last time. She's not gonna change clothing. I'll leave it at double speed in case there's something. I don't really get it, but I'll do my best. Lena. Yeah, we saw this before last time. Subplot 4, part 10. Okay, so this has to be Lou this time or something. But this is the choice where you actually allow Lou to come along to help you rescue Lumia. Yeah, there she is. I see her hat. There it is, Lou. Maybe this is the only way to actually save Lumia and make sure she doesn't die.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Dylan!
Lou says, "Wake up, Lisa." Phew. If I'd been any later. She actually let out a "Ooh." What are you doing here, or you saved me? I think I would say you saved me? Lou says, "Yes. I was shocked to find you collapsed." Lou's a real one. Also, this one's louder, so I'm gonna have to turn it down. She says, "I hastily used restorative techniques." Cass can actually do that in this universe, unlike PSO. She says, "Thankfully, I was able to save you even though I'm a cast." Implying her technique abilities are not the best, but she still managed to save us from Hauser's cheap-ass kill. Oh, Lisa. Can you show me your face one more time? Hmm? Sure, but what's up? Lou says, "There's no doubt about it. It's you, Lisa. You weren't even sure I was who you thought I was?" Oh my god, she's crying! She's actually crying. Like, I know it's kind of weird to be like happy about that, but it's kind of like, it's character development. Like, it's actually reconnecting finally in a meaningful way to, you know, when the other Lou cried as she died but way back in episode 1, and she was like, "That's illogical" or something. Like, it ties back into that and everything else. The conversation with Lumia about her having emotions. Like, this is bringing her character arc full circle. I love this. That's why I'm like, this is so weird that I'm like smiling and happy about this, because she's obviously, you know, she's crying because she was like terrified and destroyed about the idea of having lost us, potentially. And she wanted to make sure it was really us and that she really saved our life. And, you know, she doesn't want to lose anybody. Like, this is amazing for humanizing Lou. So Lou just, you know, sniffs. She's crying. Who are you? It's kind of a weird question, but I guess saying you're acting odd would be kind of more cold. So I think I would pick that too. These are weird choices. Who are you? Could be a way of, you know, sort of saying like, Lou, you're not being yourself right now. Well, Lou? Lou says, well, what do you mean? I am Lou, attached to the Guardian's investigation section. Why are you acting like Lumia all of a sudden? Did you see her gestures? There is only a 0.01% chance that I am not Lou. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Did we get bamboozled? Is this Lumia in disguise or some shit? Staying quiet. Don't take this away from Lou. Not like this. But in any case, we must hurry and save Lumia. Okay, I think it is actually Lou, but she was imitating Lumia on purpose. Yeah. I think she was channeling Lumia. But I don't know. They got me, dude. This is This has me fucked up. What is this? What's going on? Lou says, I feel... Could it be Helga? Lisa, hurry, this way. I can feel where Helga is. Perhaps Lumia's there too. Where are they going with this? Okay, so no, it has to be Lou, because then this has to be Lumia, who unfortunately still underwent the transformation. Now Karen and Ethan aren't here. Lou says, Helga?
Surprise, motherfucker.
Hauser says, oh, so you're still alive, Lisa? Well, it looks like you're too late. Same as last time. We're probably gonna get very similar exposition. Lou says, who are you? Oh, you must be Hauser. You'd have him in your database, no? Well, maybe not. Lou says, where is Lumia? Answer me, Hauser. Lou's fucking pissed. Hauser says, if you mean the Ark Guard's daughter, then she is right here. Lou says, what? Helga? You mean you had Helga take over Lumia? Hauser says it's a pretty good guess for a puppet. Helga's a catalyst to bind seed with people. However, she has reached her limits. Duplication after duplication, she has begun to deteriorate. Well, he didn't say this last time. Until now, we've been able to maintain her by having her take over stronger life forms. But after taking over Lumia, it seems she has lost all sense of self. Lou says, how could you do this? Is this how you treat your friends? Lou's pissed. Hauser says, friends? Don't make me laugh. Helga's a mere pawn. Even she knew that. We saw that in the Magashi episode. Hauser says, and besides, this is what she wanted. Didn't you know? She hates the Ark Guard. Olsen Weber. Why does she hate him as much as you? Lou says, Olsen Weber? You mean Lumia's father? He still did the job. Hauser says, Helga, Olsen, and I touted human supremacy together. Under the head of the Illuminus, Rudolf Luntz. But Olsen betrayed the Illuminus to the Guardians, leaving Helga behind. That's why. Helga has given herself to the seed for the annihilation of this world. Lou says no. Shit, she's actually gonna talk? Lumia, Helga, I don't know what to call her. Pauses and says nothing. Got her eyes closed. Lou says, what? Lou? Help Lou or glare at Helga? What the fuck? What are these choices? Well, help Lou, obviously. She's right next to you. Or glare at Helga, I guess. Lou, that's not what I would have picked, but Lou says, no, Lisa, you are mistaken. What do you mean? Lou says, I see. Helga, I understand. Hauser, you are wrong. Helga didn't give herself to the seed to get revenge on Olsen. she did it all for you. She became a seed to be closer to you. Oh, this a love story thing? Maybe it isn't what you would call love, exactly. Okay. But Hauser, there is no doubt that she was dedicated to you. Understand at least that much for her. You can kind of relate to Helga a little bit. Yeah. Because they were both kind of just... They both just kind of... don't really question their orders and do what they feel is necessary for the people they care about, basically. Her and Helga. I can see how Lou finds a bit of a connection there. And that's why she's angry. Hauser says, stop your babbling! What would a puppet like you know? That's exactly why she knows, because you treat Helga like a puppet. Lou says, oh, I know. I know more than anyone else could. What the hell? Hauser says, what? What is happening? What the fuck? Hauser says, you're Vivienne! Who the hell is Vivienne? Hauser says, I see. Personal hacking, but from where? Vivienne, I guess. Maybe it's another tie-in to Phantasy Star Portable. Says, my apologies to Lou, but I've borrowed her body. And you made her change appearance to look like you, apparently, from a remote location somewhere. Alright. Helga, answer me. Are you happy to just fade away like this? Don't you want Hauser to know the truth? Again, Lumia Helga, I guess, says, ugh. How, sir? He's regaining sense of self. Hauser says, fool! Are you trying to restore your sense of self? I mean, I think that's what just happened. She says, Hauser, oh shit, he bitch slapped her. Hauser says, stay back! What are you doing? Fuck! You bastard! Vivienne says, Helga? Helga says, and then here it comes. Fade to black. What the hell is happening? What? Holy shit! Okay, I saw the red shoe, like the red like lower part of the foot, and was like, Makashi? But how? Like, how's that possible? And then as soon as this happened, it just hit me. It just like as suddenly as the sound effect and this and him thrusting his arm into Hauser, like that was perfect.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Makashi says, you were careless, Hauser. Betrayed! Top 10 anime betrayals! This is insane! Hauser says, you! Makashi says, yeah!
Surprise, motherfucker.
Yeah, so right here. Let me show, like, I was like, what is going on? Right here, I saw this and was in disbelief. Like, in my head, I was like, Makashi? No, but that can't be, like, I was trying to rationalize, like, no way it could be him. And then also wondering what the fuck just happened to Helga. But mostly was like, Makashi? No fucking way. And then as soon as this, like, he's like, what? I still didn't think it was Makashi. I was still kind of like, what is happening? That's why I literally said that. And then, bam! Right there, you hear the sound effect of him like thrusting his fucking arm right into Hauser. And it immediately hit me. Like, at the same exact time, I was like, holy shit. Like, that just blew my mind, like, hella hard. It actually kind of jump scared me. I guess that's kind of what I'm getting at. It jump scared me more than I thought it would. That sudden just fucking, And the realization that it was Magashi, like all of that happened at the same exact time and made my heart skip a beat a little bit. I was just like, holy shit! That was crazy.
Son of a bitch.
I was about to express my disappointment that the Magashi episode might not tie into this, considering Lou was here with Helga, and Lou, Magashi, and Helga had a thing happen between the three of them in that episode that we saw. So I'm kind of glad that Magashi did appear. Now it's come full circle. This feels like a continuation of the Magashi episode that we did earlier. Well, that was yesterday, but you know what I mean, yeah. This brings it full circle, I like it.
You suck!
Helga says, no! Hauser! Hauser! Vivian says, huh? I think I'd just say, where did you come from, actually? Of course, we know he's alive, because I think they expected you to have played the Magashi episode, but there's a chance you probably didn't, since it's a side story thing. Where did you come from, dude? Magashi says, it has been a long time, Lisa. I see I cannot surprise you so easily. You surprised the fuck out of me, dude. I genuinely freaked the fuck out, dude. That actually surprised the fuck out of me. Like an actual jump scare. I was like, what the fuck? I just couldn't believe it was Magashi. And again, the timing of the realization and the thrust, you know, that was too perfect. Damn, dude, this was a good-ass game. What the fuck? Like, I hope the next game we're playing is as good as this, with its story and its writing. I hope so. I've heard different things. One person says yes, it's actually pretty cool. Well, one person and people that they've talked to and interviewed say, yeah, it's good. Someone else says it's dog shit. And that they don't even play the game for the story. So I guess we'll find out. We've heard mixed things. We'll just leave it at that. But yeah, this was a good ass fucking game. Vivian says, "You're Magashi?" Magashi says, "And you are?" I see. You would be my sister then. Vivian says, "Stop this! Explain what is going on." Yeah, I kind of want to know too at this point. What the fuck is happening? Magashi says, "Very well. I'm sure that Lisa remembers what happened at the base on Motube. After that, Helga absorbed me." Oh yeah, he went after her. Yeah, see, he's referencing the Magashi episode. Maybe you have to do that for this subplot. They did release that before Chapter 8, so maybe that was a requirement for this? So he says Helga absorbed him. Oh! So that's where he popped out from. He popped out of Helga just now. That's why Helga just, like, fell to the floor as he popped out and then, you know, thrust his fist into Hauser. Like...
Surprise, motherfucker.
Okay, so that's where he came from. He literally popped out of Helga. I mean, if he broke free, though, that means there's a chance Lumia can be saved, right? He says, as you've heard, she has been duplicated over and over. Pause, champ. And she was on the verge of collapse due to excessive seed infringement. Okay. To prevent that, she needed to absorb powerful life forms. As a catalyst, she had a duty to Hauser to survive until the end. Even if it meant that the life forms she absorbed were able to overpower her and influence her. Like you. I see. Vivian says, Helga. Magashi says, I pretended to be absorbed by Helga and waited for this opportunity to get my revenge on Helga and Hauser. Of course, Hauser's still alive. You! He's pissed. How dare you! How dare you do this to me!
Surprise, motherfucker.
You suck!
Magasi says, how unsightly of you, Hauser. Being all pissed off like that. Rage. Baby raging. Oh shit! Helga says, Hauser. Vivian says, Helga, that's enough! You don't serve Hauser anymore! Helga says, silence! You're just a puppet. That's interesting where his arm ended up. I just looked down. Helga says, you think someone like you could understand my feelings? Just making sure my camera's not blocking anything. Hauser says, Helga, perform your final duty. Confusion. Helga says, I would be honored to. I will become one with you. And he got cut off. Why the hell did that happen? I bet it's because they fucked up the order of the playlist. Yeah. We're supposed to watch this, I think. Okay, so we're gonna have to double back for this. Yeah, here it is. So he says, perform your final duty. And Helga says, I would be honored to. Even her back's all veiny. I saw that before, though. I will become one with you. And there they go. Magashi says, soon Dark Faltz's restoration will be complete, Lisa. Well, you don't seem too upset or happy about it. You're just kind of laughing about the whole situation. This is an interesting party. So now you fight Dark Faltz with Magashi and Vivian. Whoever the fuck she is. Vivian says, Helga, is this what you really wanted? Seems like it. Magashi says, your words will no longer reach her. Like it's useless. Lisa, I'll need your help again. Vivian says, Lisa, I'll help too. So interesting that all this can happen just from deciding to let Lou come along. Alright, I'll speed it up a little because it's the same fight as before. It's a different party setup. They did us a favor and edited some of the fight out too. Actually, hold on. While this is happening... 1 second. Oof. Alright, I'm back. I'm ready. Let's speed this shit up. Unless there's more dialogue. There's none. Still seems like a pretty tragic ending, unfortunately. Vivian says, we did it. Magashi says, It's like Akuma over here. When he wins a battle, just crosses his arms and goes, Vivian says, Helga. He really cared about her. You fool. This has to tie into Phantasy Star Portable, I'm guessing. Yeah, where's Lumia? Is she safe? Where's Lumia? Vivian says, I don't know. Can sense her photons, but they're faint. It feels like she is right here, but also miles away. I wonder why. But it's alright. As long as she's alive, there's hope. Did Karen say she could also feel Lumia's photons? That was before this, though. That was before... yeah. August, she stays quiet. Seems to be pondering something. He says, what?
What?
Vivian says these photons. Is it... She's got like bunny ears. The unification point? Aaron and Ethan are probably already there. Vivian says it's starting! Yeah. Karen and Ethan are already doing their thing. So if you take this path, you don't even get to see Karen and... yeah, you don't even get to see all that dialogue then. Because they go there without you. While you're over here trying to save Lumia on your own. Ethan has no fucking idea. How much is left of this? I'm wondering if we're gonna see this multiple times. That's on... I can't tell.
In Springfield.
The fuck was that? In Springfield? What's happening in Springfield? I mean, we already saw this yesterday, so that whole cutscene, so I had felt like memeing it up a little bit. Vivian says, we did it. We did it, Lisa. I've confirmed that all hives in the Graal system are gone. Though there are still seed forms, now that the hives are gone. Their numbers won't increase. It's a victory for the people of Graal. We did it. Magashi says the people of Graal, eh? You don't mean to include us cast copies as people now, do you? Indeed, now that our original versions are dead, neither of us have a reason to exist. So Vivian is a cast copy too, of a human, I guess. Somewhere out there. I like that you can say that. So create a reason. But you have a soul. I think I would just... being who he is, I think I would say create a reason, fool. But I like the other one too. It was one of those situations where I'd be torn a little bit. Yeah, I think I'd go with have a, you know, you have a soul. Just because he's kind of a dick still, even now that he's a good guy. Like, kind of. It's more of like a sort of, he's like a Vegeta anti-hero, sort of, right now. I would want to say just to, like, fuck with him, create a reason, you know? But I think, but you have a soul is the better answer, you know? Because it ties into the conversation we had during the Magashi episode, so. Yeah, I mean, and that's true for all of us, man. Copies or not. Nihilism, positive or negative nihilism, either one kind of prevails. You gotta just make up your own reason to live every day, you know? Like, find a reason to... You find your own purpose in this life. That goes for all of us. So, just because you're a cast copy doesn't mean you can't do the same. So create a reason! But you have a soul. Find something to care about, and then care deeply. Magashi says, a soul? There certainly is something that drives me. Something that flows through my veins. Perhaps I do have a soul, as you suggest. Vivian says, Magashi. He's shocked. How can this be? We were successful during the unification point. But I am sensing dark photons. That's because Hauser hasn't given up. Run. Lisa, you must run. Who this? Vivian says that voice. Could that be Lumia? Magashi says he must have taken refuge in the distorted space he created. Talking about Hauser. It's no use. I can't hold him back. Vivian says, Lumia, what's happening? Lumia, answer me. Magashi, you alright? He stays quiet, but he's in distress. He says, I see. This body has reached its limits. Then I shall give you my life. Oh, he's not actually gonna live. He's gonna die. After all this, they give him a whole, character arc just so he can die anyway at the end. Damn. He made it all the way to the end just for this. Magashi, are you okay, or you mean to be a vessel? Yeah, actually, yeah, what is he gonna do? I think I would just say, Magashi, are you okay? Yeah. Magashi says, don't look on me with too much sympathy. He doesn't like it. I have the pride of a soldier. I won't be giving myself to Dark False anytime soon. No, I will be fusing with him of my own free will.
He's pulling his cock out!
Lisa, this will be our final battle. It's not exactly the way I envisioned it, I admit. If you truly yearn to see peace in Goral, no, if you are truly a hero, then you will defeat me, or indeed you will defeat Dark Faults. Let's have at it! There he goes. Okay, I don't know where this continues from, but for some reason we're hearing forest music from PSO. Also, why was Magashi doing that? Was that his way of saving Lumia, like trading places with her? I'm guessing, but what is this? I know this is marked as sub 3 when it's the same as in sub 4, but I at least pick a different answer in both. I'm going to assume... Okay, so this is, yeah, subplot 4 is what we were just watching. This is sub 3 part 12. This is continuing from part 11, which was, what was happening here? Oh yeah, this is where Lumia is presumed dead and everything else. Oh shit. So now we're basically just bouncing back and forth between them because of the way they were ordered in this playlist. I didn't realize that was going to happen. Because I thought this subplot, what we just watched with Magashi and everything, was eventually just going to take us back here. And then it was going to converge already. Shit, well now we're bouncing back and forth, I guess. Okay, so we're back in subplot 3 if Lou doesn't come along, basically. And Magashi and all that shit doesn't happen. Vivian doesn't show up. I guess we're just going to continue watching them in parallel now for a little bit. Until... that should be it. Yeah, sub 3 ends with part 12, and then it goes back to sub 4 for part 12, 13, and 14, the whole finale. So... alright, so yeah, this got a little messy, unfortunately. Not my fault, though, again, it's the way the playlist was sorted. They shouldn't have set it up that way, it kind of confused my ass. They should have been a little bit, you know, more diligent about the ordering of the videos. Okay, so this is back to, again, Magashi didn't show up and all that. Lumi is presumed dead. And then we came to do the unification point thing. And Karen's gonna do it. We're about to see that whole cutscene again with you know. I'm just gonna fast forward through. We already saw it. This is gonna be our 3rd or 4th time. Telling everybody to pray. And then here it goes. There it goes. Okay. Karen says, ugh. Ethan says, Karen, are you alright? Karen says, I'm okay. I'm just tired. Ethan says, we did it, didn't we? Karen says, yes. It's over, Ethan. Beep, 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 beep. Kurt says, this is Alliance Military Fleet Headquarters. We've confirmed the elimination of all hives in the system. Okay, so far this is the same dialogue as before. I'll fast forward a little bit. Eventually somebody's gonna bring up Lumia. Now that it's over. Same as before, everyone's gotta come to safety. Okay, here we go. This is where Lumia ties back in. What the hell? Out of there, run, Lisa? Okay, so Lumia's, just like we just saw in the alternate pass, she's screaming at Lisa to get the hell out of there, run away. Karen says, that's Lumia's voice! Lumia! Okay, so she's still implied to be alive here too. Same thing. Lumia says, no, I can't hold him back anymore! No Magashi this time though. What the hell's gonna happen? Distorted space. Okay, so same boss fight as last time. Dark Faults, level 60. Ethan says, I'll save you, Lumia. Just hold on. He's thinking to himself. Lisa, Karen, lend me a hand. Way ahead of you, buddy. Karen says, yeah, of course. Whoop his ass! Dude, did he just call a meteor on us? Holy shit! Ow, that's hot. You don't say. We're on fire. What'd he say? I think we heard him already. He I don't think that this is the end. Well, it seems like this time it's not. Thing is, there's a whole nother segment after this. Ethan says, wait a minute. The hell? Ethan! It's Karen. Lumia says, Ethan!
Dylan!
The unification point thing back here reminds me a lot of Pioneer 2, you know, trying to connect with Pioneer 1 or whatever in the intro for PSO. Karen says, it's okay. He's just unconscious. He had to protect me while fighting and he was worried about you. He must have been pushing himself too hard. Thank you, Ethan. He saved both of his ladies. His little sister and Karen. His woman. Lumia says, I'm so relieved. Lisa, Karen, please get my brother out of here. This is a special distorted space that Dark Faults created. Karen says, I see. By escaping to this space in the time of the ancient civilization, Dark Faults was able to escape confinement during the unification point? Seems to be. So the planet we see in the background then. This is part of the ancient civilization stuff? We're in a different time period? Lumia says it seems so, but now that Dark Faults has been defeated, the opening to Goral is beginning to close. But if you can focus your photon energy, you should be able to escape. What about you, Lumia? Where the fuck are you? There isn't much time left. Please hurry! Yeah, thank you. What about you, Lumia? Yeah. Lumia says, I was released just before Dark Faults was destroyed. Don't worry, Hauser and Helga were destroyed too. I don't know why I alone survived. Yeah, I'm guessing something like this is gonna happen with Magashi too. But perhaps the four races praying as one created a miracle. Now I'm in an imaginary world created by Dark Faults' memories. Oh my god, so this is gonna tie into... This is actually gonna tie into PSO. From what I just saw. He says, but I don't have the strength to escape. I'm using all I have to communicate with you now. Karen says, that's... Lumia says, please don't be sad for me. Goral was saved. And I'm just fine. I'm so happy I was able to speak with you like this. One last time. Lisa, I know I was always a pain. But I hope you can be proud that at least this time I didn't cry. You came all this way alone to try and save me. Thank you. I know you did everything you could to try and help me. It made me feel so happy. And it gave me courage. So I'm not afraid of anything anymore. I just want it able to tell you. And it cut out. Karen says, Lumia? Lumia? No. We better get out of here quickly, Lisa. No. I'm gonna save Lumia. That's why this music is playing. You go ahead. I'm staying here to save her. Karen says, what? You're gonna stay here alone? What?
Son of a bitch.
Karen says, I don't even know why I bothered to ask. Yeah, exactly. You know me. No one gets left behind on my watch. Francis, I'm kind of glad Ethan is unconscious. If he weren't, he would stay too. Yeah, he would. Lisa, in this space, the idea of distance doesn't exist. As long as you can sense Lumia's photon energy, you should be able to travel there instantly. Whether she's in the imaginary world or otherwise. I'll give you whatever support I can. But I think you can do this. I'm gonna take Ethan back first. Get Lumia back for us. Don't worry. I'm not coming home empty-handed. And I do intend to come back. No martyrs here. Alright, so we saw this already. This is the other subplot. Again, I'm guessing something very, very similar is going to happen. Yeah, I'm guessing something very similar is going to happen with, like, Magashi will fight you in Dark Falls form, and then he'll die along with Helga and Hauser, and then it'll just be Lumia will be saved again. But I wonder if they'll still do this distorted space-time thing that we're seeing in the other timeline, or not. All I know is that this one will go longer, because the next one ends in the next segment that we're about to go into. So. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna be hearing this music tomorrow. Not really, because I'm gonna play my own music on the grind, but this is the forest music from PSO, and this is, yeah, this is the planet Regal. I just saw the central dome from Pioneer 1 over there in the distance. Well, this establishes an actual connection between PSU and PSO then, because they said this world was formed from Dark Falls' memories. So that makes PSU an actual sequel to PSO then, because this is establishing that the events of Phantasy Star Online happened before PSU, I guess. That's the central dome. It is distorted time and space though, so that might not be the full story. We'll find out. This is like some time compression shit from FF8. We'll see. So Lisa says nothing, she's in thought. Shit, which way do we go? She's confused. Not sure which way to go. We gotta pick a direction, just go. Wherever you sense Lumia. This had to have been super nostalgic for fans of Phantasy Star Online. We're in the cave system from PSO. I like that's even playing the actual music too. So this is where the actual level designs that I asked about came from. Yeah, so what was that person talking about when they said all that stuff? I guess I'll wait till the end to... It'll make sense, probably. So we just heard a... Got the mines! I've seen people play through these levels in, on the Clementine server on Twitch. And I know that, you know, where the assets came from. It's, yeah, they actually put all this into PSU. Even though they were shutting the servers down just a few months later for the PS2 and PC after they released this episode, or this chapter. So something, I don't know if it's Lumia or someone else, is just fucking... The ruins are next? Yeah. Now we're in the ruins. We're going through all of PSO episode 1. And there she is, it's Lumia, with the little flesh buttons. Lumia says, ugh. Maybe it's no use, but I can't give up. Just one more time. There it is, it was her going, ah! Don't give up, Lumia. She says it's no good. I just don't have enough strength. I can't escape on my own. Fuck! But it's strange. Soon I'll disappear right along with this fabricated reality. But I'm not afraid. I'm not even sad. For all was saved. The prayers of everyone from the 4 races created a miracle. The hearts and minds of people contain limitless possibilities. Maybe because I was touched by that power, I can feel at ease now. If I can at least help Lisa and the others escape safely. I should pray to the holy light for their safety. My thoughts should reach them. Hey Lisa. You should have faith or you let your guard down. I like the bottom answer because it, you know, implies you're still her mentor or whatever. Like saying, hey, behind you.
Surprise, motherfucker.
You should have faith. And Lumia says, yes, Lisa. I understand that now. Well, the least I can do is pray for your safety. She doesn't realize we're actually here. Lumia says, a rookie to the very end. Even my hallucinations are scolding me. Yeah, she has no idea yet.
Bruh, look at this dude. No, 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 no.
Let's go home, Lumia. Lumia says, but you escaped. I don't believe it. Did you come here to rescue me?
Surprise, motherfucker.
I don't leave a soldier behind. Come on. Can't wear this hat and leave it behind at the same time. Come on. I gotta live up to it. Lumia says, well, she's crying, so she went quiet. Dude, I love that they made this song kick in here. This is good. She says, how could you? After I promised myself I wouldn't cry. Sorry, Lumia. I had to. You can cry later, though. Aren't we short on time? She's like... Lumia says, yes. All right. This is beautiful. I like it. Lumia says, but where and how are we going to escape? That's a good question. He says even if we combine our energy, it won't be enough to transport out of distorted space. Believe in your friends, exactly. I was about to say that. I was like, what if we're not the only ones praying? Yeah. Believe in your friends, Lumia. They're praying for us too. Lumia says, what? Oh, I do. A wish for peace from all over Garal. The light of hope. All our friends praying for a safe return. The energy, it's incredible. With this energy, we should be able to create any miracle we want. Like the one that saved Ethan and Karen in the other timeline. This is amazing. I love how much replay value they gave this. All these different story paths at the very end. Lumia says, Lisa, when we get home, I'm gonna cry a lot. Of course. You have every right to. She says, and laugh and smile right along with you. Hell yeah. Let's do it, girl. Let's get out of
Son of a bitch.
here. Illumia says, alright, let's go home. I did it too early.
Son of a...
Come on, seal the deal. Shortly afterward, Laya, Kurtz, Tyler, Rutu, and Karen gathered with other leaders at a summit, ending in the signing of a new alliance treaty. We're actually getting a resolution. Jesus, this feels more like a true ending.
Where hate leads us to.
It was promised that together they would work to maintain peace across all of the Goral system. A few days following the summit, the Divine Maiden's retirement would be announced to the general public. Of course, now she can go back to living her own life. With that, the second confinement war that began with the seed attacks during the Alliance Centennial Ceremony came to a close. However, while the numbers of native creatures infected by the seed will no longer rise, they are still numerous. It is still too early for optimism. It will take years to recover from the damage and mayhem from the fighting across the planets. The fight isn't yet over for the Guardians, defenders of the future of Goral. And, by the way, it just ends right there, so there's literally 2 seconds left. No comments on this, and I read this already. Yeah. Mark this sub 3 when it's the same thing as in sub 4, but at least I pick a different answer in both. Okay. Now we know. And I guess we'll find out what the and means later. Okay, so now we're back to this, yeah. So Magashi says he's gonna turn into Dark Faults and fight you one last time. If you want to see peace and Goral for real, you gotta beat him one last time like that. Alright. Yeah, it says if you're truly a hero, you'll defeat me, or indeed you will defeat Dark Faults. And here he goes. Let's have at it!
He's pulling his cock out!
I transcend all things.
It fit with his facial expression. A lot louder. Vivian says, he's at the root of all of this. Magashi says, then there is only one course of action. If you want to see peace, then you must defeat me. Vivian says, Magashi, I know what's in your heart. And both of them say, this ends here and now. Kind of mixed emotions. Fuck him up! Sudden hit. This is at double speed, by the way. Can you imagine how laggy this is for it to move this slow at double speed? Jesus. And there he goes. Killed him in beast form, I like that. The nanoblast. Finish. Vivian says, Lumia. And she sends her too. There it is. So it's probably going to be similar to last time. Lumia says, are you alright? You're Vivian, right? Vivian says, I'm fine. I'm just a little exhausted. I suppose all of this hacking is taking its toll on Lou's body. You're gonna owe her after this. What is this? What was that? Magashi! He lives! So he was like, what is this? Why am I still alive? You thought you were gonna get off the hook that easy? Lumia says, oh good, it looks like it worked. Ah, Lumia saved him. Magashi says, what? Are you trying to say that you saved me? Gotta readjust over here. Lumia says, yes. You see, I was released just before Dark Faults was destroyed. Thankfully, Hauser and Helga were destroyed too. I don't know why we were able to survive. This echoes like the rescue of Red Ring Rico when you defeat Dark Faults' third form on, you know, hard mode or above. It kind of echoes that a little bit. He says, but perhaps the 4 races praying as one created a miracle. Same as last time. If so, then you have the people of Graal to thank for your rescue. In fact, you owe them a lot. Yeah, you've put us through hell. And also, I was able to add a little bit of energy to get us... He got cut off. Magashi says, I owe them? He hates the sound of that.
You bastard!
Forget it. I don't care.
You son of a...
He says, why? If you were able to use that energy, you could have saved yourself. Why would you sacrifice yourself to save me? Lumia says, because I am a guardian. When I can help someone, I do it. That's my job. Aww, so proud of Lumia. Magashi says, that's ridiculous. I'm a criminal. Now where's Rachel? I had to do it one last time. There was one more, okay? I had one last opportunity before this whole thing's over. Lumia says, maybe. I don't really know. You see, when you fused with Dark Faults, some of your thoughts were shared with me. Lisa, did you know? Magashi really likes you. Oh, she's outing him!
Surprise, motherfucker.
His face! What? Lottie says, what? And then Lisa's face, like, oh, she just outed your ass, you suck.
You suck!
It's kind of like a... It's more of a, like, what the fuck? Like, it's just... Everybody's in shock right now. Like, what? What do you mean he really likes me? Lumia says, no, I mean... I'm sorry. She says, I mean to say he likes you and that he respects you. You just made it sound like something else, girl. You gotta get your shit straight before you say shit like that. Or sees you as a worthy opponent. Okay, that sounds a little bit more like, yeah. Oh my fucking god. This game is just full of surprises. Like, this is amazing. This game's fucking awesome, dude. Magashi says, how dare you? He's gonna die of embarrassment. Magashi, you've lost. In a lot of ways. That's what I would have said. Please get back on topic. That's a boring answer. Thank you. They said, Magashi, you've lost. Like, you're outed. Sorry, dude. Magashi says, fuck! Lumia says, I'm glad you're alright, Lisa. These guys, I don't know who wrote this, but they are masters of knowing how and when to, like, interject comedic relief, even during very high intensity stressful moments. Like, they did a damn good job on this. That's why I keep saying this game's awesome. 'Cause the writing is actually fucking good. This really redeems what I thought of it last time. When we did the generic, no subplot ending, you know, we just did the straightforward chapter 8, I was like kind of underwhelmed. I was like, damn, they really, you know, you heard me saying it. I was like, I guess they just didn't have a lot of budget for it, you know. I had no idea all this was hidden in chapter 8 if you did like different decisions earlier in the story. Like, this redeems it by a long shot. Like, no wonder this took like over a year to come out. Like chapter 7 and 8, which are very connected with the choices you make. They came out only months apart from each other, but almost a year after the previous episode, or the previous chapter, chapter 6. Like, this explains a lot. They really wanted to make the game go out with a bang, since they knew they were going to be, you know, shutting down the servers soonish after this. Though, like I said, 360 went on for a lot longer, though, Xbox. But PC and PS2 went down like a month after this episode came out. This chapter, goddammit. Lumi says, you must get out of here quickly. This is a special distorted space that Dark Faults created. Saw this before. Vivian says, I see. By escaping to this space in the time of the ancient civilization... Name is Karen's lines. Dark Faults was able to escape confinement during the unification point? Lumi says it seems so, but now that Dark Faults has been defeated, the opening to Goral is beginning to close. But if you can focus your photon energy, you should be able to escape. There isn't much time left. Please hurry! Vivian says, wait! Lumia, what will happen to you? Lumia says, I'm in an imaginary world created by Dark Faults' memories. But I don't have the strength to escape. I'm using all I have to communicate with you now. Vivian says, but I promised Lou that I would save you. That's why she lent me her body. Lumi says, please don't be sad for me. Goral was saved. I'm fine. I'm just happy I was able to speak with you like this. One last time. Lisa, I know I was always a pain, same as before, but I hope you can be proud that at least this time I didn't cry. Not yet, you're not. You came all this way alone to try and save me. Thank you. I know you did everything you could to try and help me. It made me feel so happy. And it gave me courage. So I'm not afraid of anything anymore. I just want able to tell you. She's gone. Vivian says, Lumia? Lumia! Same as Karen's lines. I can't believe it. Lisa, you're gonna go save her, aren't you? She knows me better than Karen. I'm sorry. I truly wish I could go with you. But Lou's body has reached its limits. I must leave her soon. It's alright, Vivian. Vivian, you did what you could. She says, May I see your face one last time? No wonder she was saying there's a 0.01% chance this isn't Lou. It was her. The truth is, until I borrowed Lou's body, I had no recollection of who you were. I don't even know who the hell you are. She says, after my combat training, my memory was completely wiped. But Lou had a memory backup that was transferred to me. Lou wanted to so desperately to save Lumia. So she was willing to bypass her security systems and let me use her body. She even left her classified backups open to me. So I want to do everything I can to save Lumia for Lou. When I release my hack on her, the backup will be returned to Lou. So we will probably never meet again. I'm so happy we could speak one last time. Goodbye. And thank you, Lisa. Just like with Helga, did we meet her at some point? When? Well, she must have been from like the first half, like from episode 2 if we did, because... Yeah, maybe she was. Because I just skimmed through earlier, before starting the stream. I just skimmed through episode 3 at 16x speed. She never appeared. Like, I don't recognize her character model at all. Vivian. Magashi says, listen up, Lisa. In this space, the idea of distance doesn't exist. As long as you can sense the child's photon energy, you should be able to travel to her instantly. I'll give you what support I can. And as strong as you are, I don't think it should be too difficult. I will bring the female cast with me. Do not worry. If I can escape, I'll hand her over to the Guardians somehow. What will you do then? Magashi says, who knows? I have no intention of handing myself over to the Guardians. I guess I'll do whatever I can to avoid that. Alright. However, I am somewhat indebted to you, Lisa. And I will repay it in kind someday. Perhaps we will meet again on the battlefield. Don't you dare die before then, got it?
Son of a bitch.
Magashi says, you'd better go. That goes for you too. You better not die either. Magashi says, until we meet again, Lisa. Until we meet again, buddy. And so then we end up here again. This is the last part. No, wait, there's a part 14. So we get proper resolution. I don't know what they're saying they get mail at some point. Here, I don't think I missed anything new. I was reading the description. Nope. Thinking about where to go. Okay, so this is the same as last time, so I'll go ahead and speed it up. Yeah. Everything's the same now. And then all of a sudden we're gonna show up and surprise the hell out of her. Oh, okay, because we picked... Okay, so this is a different answer choice, yeah. You let your guard down. Lumi says, I'm sorry, I'll be more careful. Her instinct her fucking gut reaction was just to immediately feel like she was being scolded and be like, no, I'm sorry. Oh, right. Lumi says, it's like I can still hear Lisa training me. It's because you did just hear me. She says, I must still be pretty inexperienced to hallucinate like this.
Look at this dude. No.
Lumi says, wait, I'm not just hearing things. I'm seeing things too.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Lumi says, it's so real. Wait, it can't be. Are you a ghost? Don't say that, or... What is it? What was the other one? Sorry, I'm still alive. I think I would have said that one just to be more sarcastic, but they picked don't say that. Don't say that. Here we go again. Larry says, but you escaped. I don't believe it. Did you come here to rescue me? There it is. How could you? After I promised myself I wouldn't cry. Yeah. You can cry later. Lumi says, yes, all right. Such a beautiful ending. Lumi says, but where and how are we going to escape? I think the rest is going to be the same now. Even if we combine our energy... Yeah, it's the same. Won't be enough to transport out of distorted space, and then, you know, you need to have faith in your friends. Can't you feel everyone? Lumi says, what? Oh, I do. It is a wish for peace from all over Garal. All our friends praying for a safe return. The energy, it's incredible. With this energy, we should be able to create any miracle we want. And there it is again. Lumia says, Lisa, when we get home, I'm gonna cry a lot. And laugh and smile right along with you. Atta girl. Alright, let's go home.
Son of a bitch.
Now I can do it. And then here we go again. Shortly afterward, Laya, Kurt, Tyler, Rutsu, and Karen gathered with other leaders at a summit, ending in the signing of a new alliance treaty. It was promised that together they would work to maintain peace across all of the Garal system. A few days following the summit, the Divine Maiden's retirement would be announced to the general public. With that, the second confinement war that began with the seed attacks during the Alliance Centennial Ceremony came to a close. However, while the number of native creatures infected by the seed will no longer rise, they are still numerous. It is still too early for optimism. It will take years to recover from the damage and mayhem from the fighting across the planets. The fight isn't yet over for the Guardians, defenders of the future of Garal. And once again, it just ends like that. Assholes. Teasing like that. But there's a 14th part, actually. So I'm guessing the 14th part, the next part after this, is the same no matter which path you took. So it says, and... Mina says, welcome to the Guardians, protecting the future of Garal. And there's Lumia. Mina says, I've confirmed your guardian's license. May the holy light guide you.
Dylan!
Lisa.
You son of a bitch.
Lumia says, it's been so long since we've had a mission together. I'm a little nervous. I still can't believe that I'm standing here, about to go on a mission with you, Lisa. Isn't it great to be alive? She says, I mean, we barely made it home alive the last time. First I pass out after somehow making it out of that distorted space. Then, the next time I open my eyes, I'm lying on a hospital bed. When I ask how I got there, I'm told that my father had woken up and infiltrated Rycross, found us unconscious, and brought us back to an AMF warship. It was just one shock after another. Well, I'm glad they're filling in that plot hole. On top of that, I'd been unconscious for a week. Oh, champ. And in that short time, the Leaders' Summit had drafted a new alliance treaty. The world moves so fast, it's dizzying. It's starting to do that in real life, too. The world moving fast, I mean. Lumia says, it feels like the 4 races have thrown away all prejudices to truly... Oh, champ. Unite Garal. Wonderful time to be alive, right? But Karen... It was a little unfortunate to hear about the Divine Maiden's retirement. She wants to live her life. I'm actually glad to hear that. She says she was so cool though, addressing all of Garal and revealing the truth about Mireille's death and apologizing. Thank you. That was gonna really bother me if they really never revealed that to the public, yeah. She says it was touching when she said Garal no longer needed a maiden. They really covered every plot hole. But as a Divine Maiden fan, I couldn't help but feel a little sad. You were a hardcore fan to the end. Lemmy says, I know. A Divine Maiden isn't necessary anymore. I'm guessing that's what Lisa was telling her, like, hey, we gotta move on, right? Lemmy says, when people truly believe, they can accomplish any miracle. Anyone can create the miracles of a Divine Maiden, simply with the power of believing. But Lisa, are you sure you're alright with letting my father have your command? Oh, I bet you just wanted to continue being my partner, so you quit, hmm? Oh, so we gave up our commander post to Olsen. I see. The promotion we'd gotten. Yeah, you have to set this up the right way. So Olsen has to live, and on top of that, you have to make sure Lumia actually gets kidnapped. Otherwise, you just get the generic ending from before. But when you get that ending, you get to fight Hauser at level 200, which is also kind of a nice touch too. You know, the ending we saw yesterday, where Lumia wasn't kidnapped. Lemmy says, I'm only kidding. Teasing us about letting go of our promotion. Lemmy says, oh, hello, Lou. Lou says, hello. Are you two embarking on a mission together? You want to come with us? We could use a third. Lemmy says, yes. Are you coming back from a mission for the intelligence section? CIA agent Lou. Lou says, yes, that is correct. I also have a report for you. Oh yeah? Lumia says yes. Lou says recently there have been reported sightings of a mysterious mercenary male caste who has been purifying infected native creatures. Oh, we know who this is. That still populate Garal. It's our boy Magashi.
Dylan!
Lumia says, a mysterious caste mercenary? He became like Estinian between Heaven's Word and Walker. Just a Batman superhero running around saving the day. Being... Well, Estinian was never really acted like an anti-hero even there, but Magashi, yeah. Lou says, correct. Often, when Guardians accept missions to purify an area, they arrive and find that the cast has already purified the targeted creatures. Maybe this is his way of saying, I still got it, I'm still better than the fucking Guardians. I can do the job better. That's probably what it is. Lou says, recently there have been private military organizations besides the Guardians. Perhaps he is attached to one of them. He's just trying to prove he's more badass than us. So he can feel like he won. Somehow in the end. Lumi says, wow. But why tell us about it? Because it's Magashi and she's about to tell you. Lou says, I thought perhaps Lisa would know something. Of course. Lumi says, but how? We were only just released from the hospital. This is the first mission Lisa has been on since then, right? Lou says, I see. That is no problem. Lisa was just like, yeah, what Lumia said. Lou says, I apologize for keeping you. Goodbye. I hella bullshitted her. We all know it's Magashi. Lumia says, how strange of Lou. But weren't we on the way to our mission? Sure. Lumia says, let's hurry, Lisa. There are people waiting for our help.
You son of a bitch.
What does the description for this one say? That's the end of the video, by the way. No description, but there's comments that are apparently all hidden or something, because look, I can't see them. Okay. And I guess that's it. Yeah, it ends like that. See? That is a resolution. That's what was missing from the generic ending. The only thing that sucks about this ending, like, I consider this basically more of a true ending. You get proper resolution on all the characters and what they did afterwards. Well, not every single one, but I mean, the characters that weren't mentioned here at the end, they kind of got their full closure for their character arcs earlier in the story, that's why. But, you know, them talking about what Goral went to do, the new alliance treaty, Karen stepping down as a divine maiden, actually revealing the truth to the people, all that stuff. That's what I was hoping for at the end last time, and was disappointed that that didn't happen. So I'm glad if you do this ending, where you do the proper subplots, you get like I just said, I kind of consider this to be like the true ending now. I'm kind of glad that, you know, there was way more closure, I should say that. A more proper resolution and more proper closure. The only trade-off, this is what I was getting at, is that you don't see the, you know, the scene with Ethan and Karen. The only other voice-acted scene we had since Hal the AI VTuber, as I like to call her. You know, the newscaster Hal. Yeah, you don't get to see that though. You gotta pick one or the other, basically. This was a better ending though. That one had the CGI with the, you know, Karen and Ethan going like, we did it, you know, and being saved by some miracle. And this one didn't have that, but it was honestly way better. Much better ending. This was far more satisfying than what we saw yesterday. This extra bonus stream was worth it for PSU. I this Vivian chick was though, and then Helga was implied to have appeared earlier. I don't remember seeing them at all though. Like, I do not remember those characters. Like, I swear I'm missing something, or just maybe forgot about that. I don't fucking know. I don't know, I guess they tie into Phantasy Star Portable somehow, but like they talk as if they were involved here too though. I don't know. That's the only like messy part that I'm like, what the fuck was up with all that? You know? Wearing hats does feel fucking weird, but everyone lived. We did it. Except for Helga and Hauser, but you know, they made their choice. Before, but mad props to the people who preserved this. Yeah, big shout out to Vortex Lisa here. Separate files, like it's the same file for the chapter 8 playlist. If you're watching subplot 3 or 4, there's one more video after this. Well, it's nowhere on the playlist, so. Must be the one we saw before this. Again, they probably reordered things in a weird way, but. What a satisfying ending. Now I can actually say that with confidence. Before I was just kind of like, oh, that was alright, I guess. Yesterday, you know? And there you have it, folks. Phantasy Star Universe. The end. That was it. Our PSU adventures have finally come to a close. And the next time we revisit this game will be just for the level 200 grind. No story. On the Clementine server. But that's pretty much it for the story. If I ever come back to re-experience the story of Phantasy Star Online and Phantasy Star Universe again, I will definitely be referencing this playlist if it still exists. And the video still exists. I hope so. Hope they do. Yeah. And like I said before, I'm just gonna move on to the next major release in the series. I'm not gonna do the Phantasy Star Portable 1 and 2 thing. But you guys are all welcome to if you want. And if I do revisit the series, I think I will check it out then. But for now, no. I think I'm gonna keep going. But I have a week to think about it. Don't expect me to actually, you know, change my mind. It can happen. But at least I have a whole week to think about it. You know. Because, like I said earlier, tomorrow is 1.5 times EXP week again for PSO. So that's tomorrow's stream. Gonna be grinding that out for a whole week, just like last time. And then we'll figure out where we go from there. But yeah, most likely I will be moving on to the next major release. Which everyone should know what that is by now. But yeah, that was pretty much it. That was good stuff. Very good. And I like how they used the song A Brighter Day, the name of the chapter, when we rescued Lumia. That was a nice touch. There's so much to talk about. Like, I just have to process the whole thing. It was good. Yeah, the whole thing was just amazing. It was all off the wall, man. It was good. Good shit. Good shit. Not much else to say though, without like rambling for hours. So I'll just leave it at that before I do. So yeah, there you have it, folks. That's all for me for now. Thank you very much for the support across Twitch and YouTube. I always appreciate it very much. As I always say, thank you very much. Aside from saying thank you very much, as I always say, please do take care of yourselves. Stay safe out there. Don't die, like my little hat says over there. And until next time, I hope you all have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, and good night. And I think to close this one out, I'll just play the second half of the credits. Just because. Yeah, I'll let it outro with the credits actually, because of the fact that it doesn't. Since we have finally ended our little adventure, it kind of feels weird to just replay the intros, either one of the two intros. I'll just let the credits close out the stream. I know we just sat through them, but I was kind of also talking over them a little bit, giving out my thoughts. Yeah, we'll leave it at that. Alright folks, like I said, have a good one. Don't die, take care, stay safe, and thank you very much for watching. I'll see y'all next time. Bye. There's a button. There we go. Take care.